All right, people. I believe everybody is doing great, nice, and absolutely fine. So, welcome to Unacademy NEET English. Please let me know in the chats if I'm perfectly audible, visible to each and every single student. Everyone means everyone. Let me know in the chats. Let me know in the chats. Okay, let the people join and we are starting the session. We are going to smash the entire mechanics. Entire mechanics means 38% of your physics, okay, when it comes to your NEET. So from in your NEET, 38% comes from, we say, mechanics portion. So we'll be smashing each and every single thing from the scratch, from the basics, okay? If you have not studied this before, doesn't matter. But make sure you stay till the end. You are going to understand each and every single thing. That is my guarantee. That is my guarantee. Let the people join and we'll start the session. And I'll be showing you what are the chapters that we are going to cover in this one. And make sure you smash the like button because liking the session is extremely mandatory. Okay, liking the session means marking the attendance. Everybody out there, everybody out there. Okay, so make sure everybody smashes the like button. And most importantly, my dear friends, a lot of NEET aspirants at this point of time are saying, sir, is it possible for me to basically crack the NEET in the upcoming, I would say, 3 months? Is it possible? Guys, is it possible or not? Let's see that later. Can we not give our 100% at this point of time? Can we not maximize the chances? I have seen students who have changed the entire game, who have changed every single thing, my dear NEET aspirants. Okay, in just 3 months, in just 4 months. And if they made it, why cannot you? So let's start from the scratch. Please and please give your 100% for the upcoming 3 months. Let's see the results later. And you'll see the game changing if you give your 100%, if you stay consistent. So we are going to start with the complete physics portion part 1. Last year also I have taken this one, but this year it is going to be different. This year it is going to be level up. Okay, I have mentioned all the problem patterns. I have mentioned a lot of things in this one. Approximately these are 400 slides. Okay, and when it comes to the number of chapters that we are going to smashing in this one, in the upcoming marathons, we'll be smashing the rest of the chapters. Kinematics 1D, extremely important, one of the high weightage chapters. Kinematics 2D, projectile motion, relative motion like Rainman problem, river swimmer problem, everything will be discussed. I am not going to leave any of the topics. Keep that thing in your mind. Okay. Laws of motion and friction. Laws of motion and friction. And friction. Okay. These 2 chapters. Okay. Total of 7 chapters. Work, power and energy. Entire chapter. We say center of mass and collisions, very important. And then we say rotational motion. This will be completing in the today's session approximately 7 chapters. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, do smash the like button because liking the session means marking the attendance, Okay. Okay, so let's dive into the session. Okay. Now guys, let's first start with kinematics. And my dear NEET aspirants, please and please stay till the end. Stick with me so that we can understand each and every single thing. Units and measurements we'll be doing later. First, we'll start with the kinematics portion. I'll not leave any of the chapters. Trust me, I'll complete each and every single thing. This is the sequence that I have made. So first, we are going to start with the kinematics today. Let's start with the kinematics. Kinematics 1D. Let's start with the kinematics 1D. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, before starting this kinematics 1D, the first topic that we need to understand over here is, we'll start with the distance and displacement. Distance and displacement. And displacement. Guys, I'm telling you, if you have not studied these chapters before, doesn't matter. We will be able to understand each and every single thing in this one. That is my guarantee. But make sure you give your 100% in this particular session. You stay till the end. That is for sure. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. Let's suppose this is point A over here, and this is point B over here. This is point A and this is point B. You are supposed to travel from point A to point B. I am asking you the simple question. Sir, this is the path from A to B that you are traveling. You are traveling from this path, and let's suppose this is 10 meters you are covering. Along this path, which does not have a proper direction. Now, finally, when you reached over here, point B, I asked you how much you have covered. You said, sir, 10 meters. And then I'm asking you, is there any shortest distance possible between A point and B point? You say, sir, yes, that is this one. But actually, you have covered this path. This could have been the shortest path, shortest distance. This one, and let's suppose this is 5 meters. This one we consider over here a distance, simple. And this one we consider over here a displacement. So displacement means the shortest path between A point and B point. And distance means the actual path between A point and B point. If you are covering A point to B point through this path, sir, 10 meters is the distance. And along this path, it means, sir, 5 meters. You can understand it like this also. Sir, how much you have traveled? How much I have traveled? 10 meters. So distance means how much object has traveled. Okay, how much is the actual path covered? And when I say, my dear NEET aspirants, displacement, it is how much you have displaced. Sir, I have displaced only 5 meters. Sir, I have covered 10 meters, but I have displaced only 5 meters. Okay, so it is how much object has displaced. How much object has displaced. How much object has displaced. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, distance means how much object has traveled. Displacement means how much object has displaced. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, so this is the distance and this is the displacement. Now, when it comes to this distance, it does not have a proper direction. We say no proper direction. No proper direction. Okay. See, your direction is upward, downward, upward, downward. But this displacement has a proper direction. Unique direction. Unique direction. Absolutely, sir. So if it has a proper direction, it has magnitude. We call this as a vector quantity. Vector quantity means which has magnitude as well as direction. And we call this as scalar quantity. Scalar quantity. Okay. And my dear NEET aspirants, one more important point. It is always positive. It is always positive. Distance can never be negative. And when it comes to this, my dear NEET aspirants, this is positive, this can be negative, and this can be zero also. This can be positive, this can be negative, this can be zero also. I hope you got the feel of distance and displacement. Distance and displacement. Like, my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose if I say the question over here. Sir, if an object starts from point A, it has traveled to point B. Let's suppose it is 10 meters over here. Okay. Then it is finally coming back to the point A. Then it is finally coming back to the point A. In this particular case, if I say what is the distance covered, distance will be 10 meters plus this 10 meters. So we say total of 20 meters. Okay. Distance you always keep on adding. But when it comes to the displacement, my dear NEET aspirants, you simply say, sir, Initially it was at A. Finally it is at A. So initial and final point is same. Like here, when you were supposed to find displacement, join initial and final point. If initial and final point is same, how much it has displaced? Nothing. We say displacement in this case is 0. Displacement in this case is 0. Okay, like if I say, my dear NEET aspirants, this is the object traveling, I would say 4 meters. This is the object traveling 3 meters. These are the simple basic questions that I'm showing you over here. Sir, this is point A, this is point B, this is point C. It is traveling from A to B, B to C. If I simply ask you, how much is the distance in this particular case? You say, sir, distance is 4 plus 3, that is 7 meters. If I say, how much is the displacement? Guys, displacement is the shortest path between initial and final point. That is this hypotenuse. So hypotenuse will be under root of, you'll say, sir, 4 square plus, I would say, 3 square. 16 plus 9 is 25 and 25 root is 5. I hope this is crystal and clear in this particular case. So displacement came out to be 5 over here. Displacement came out to be 5 over here. Okay, guys, tell me in the chats, is this crystal clear till over here? I would want you guys to let me know in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Everyone means everyone. Is this crystalline clear? Is this crystalline clear? Yes. Yes. Yes, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Now, let's take a look exactly over here, some points. It is how far you have moved, actual path covered. Okay, all these points which I have told you is mentioned over here. Now, one more important point I just want to mention over here. One more important point I just want to mention over here. See guys. This formula you remember, whenever you have to find the displacement, you always say it is final position minus, I would say, initial position. Minus, I would say, initial position. Okay. So final position minus initial position. Like here, this is the initial position. Finally, I'm traveling to this point. This is the final position. So final position minus initial position. That's only we say distance between the two, join the 2 points. Okay. So this is going to be the displacement that you'll be remembering in the upcoming time. Okay. Now, guys, let's take a look at the question first that is given exactly over here. This is the question that is given exactly over here. A particle moves from point A to point B. A particle moves from point A to point B. Find the displacement in the following case. Guys, this is the initial point. These are the coordinates of the initial point. And these are the coordinates of the final point. We are supposed to find in this particular case, what is the displacement? What did I tell you? Always remember, if the question is something like this, you simply say displacement means final position minus initial position. Final position minus initial position. Now, guys, if I say, how do you find the displacement over here? Final position minus initial position. If the question is something like this, what is the final? This is the x coordinate, y coordinate, z coordinate. Initially, this is the x coordinate of that point, y coordinate and z coordinate. You simply say, sir, in this particular case, 7 minus 2. Guys, see, how do we write the displacement vector over here? Displacement we represent with S. See, guys. So we say final coordinate minus initial coordinate. So 7 minus 2 is, listen carefully. 7 minus 2 is, I would say, 5. And I would mention over here I cap. Okay. Please listen to this very carefully. Sir, final coordinate in X minus initial coordinate in X. 5. And when you write X, you mention I cap. Always remember, my dear NEET aspirants, this is X axis, this is Y axis, this is Z axis. If there is a vector which is acting along X axis, we mention I cap with it. I cap gives us the direction of a vector along x-axis. Along y-axis, we take j cap. So j cap gives us the direction of a vector along y-axis. And we say k cap gives us the direction of a vector along z-axis. Listen, if I say this is a block, force on this block is acting along x direction. So I can mention, sir, force is 2 Newton, then I would say I cap. When you see this I cap, it means force is acting along x. If I say this is the block over here, force on this block is acting something like this, 10 Newton. So I would mention over here J cap. Why? Because it is acting along y-axis. So we'll be mentioning over here, 7 minus 2 is 5. 5 minus 3 is, I would say, plus 2J cap. And then 9 minus 4 is, I would say, plus 5K cap. This came out to be the displacement vector. Even if you have to find the magnitude, my dear NEET aspirants, so I would say magnitude of this displacement is going to be. Always remember how to find the magnitude. Whatever is mentioned with the I cap, so it's square. Plus, whatever is mentioned with the J cap, it's square. Plus, whatever is mentioned with the K cap, it's square. Okay, so this is going to be under root of 25 plus 25 plus 4, it will come out to be root 54. I believe this is crystal and clear to each and every single thing, each and every single student. Is this clear? Is this clear? Guys, let me know in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Let me know in the chats if this is crystal and clear so that we can move forward. So that we can move forward. Make sure you smash the like button because liking the session is mandatory. That means marking the attendance. Okay, that's great. That's great. Okay, now boys and girls, now let's talk about this question. Find the displacement. Also, let's find distance. This is x-axis. This is x from, this is the origin. This is the origin. Let's suppose the initially object was at A point. What is the coordinate of A point? -7. Then it is traveling to this point. Then it is coming back to the origin. Then it is traveling to this point, 7. Then it is moving to this point. Let's first find the distance in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants. Let's talk about the distance. The distance means total path covered. So I see, from here to here, how much is the distance? 7. Don't say -7, it is 7. Here. 7 plus 3 is 10. Okay, 10. This 10, so we'll add this 10. Plus, from here to here, 3 to 0, how much is the distance? 3 plus 3. Then plus. From here, 0 to this 7, so again 7. Then from here, 7 to 0 is 7. And from 0 to 2, -2, it is 2. So total this line is 9. Plus I would say 9. So 10 plus 10 is 20 plus 9 is 29. So 29 meters is the total distance covered. And my dear NEET aspirants, if I say what is the displacement? Displacement, you simply say final position minus initial position. Now tell me guys, what is the final position? -2, because this is the coordinate of the final position. That is -2. Minus, what is the initial position, my dear NEET aspirants? -7. Okay, so it'll be like over here, minus into minus is plus. So plus 7 minus 2, it is going to be plus 5. So plus 5 meter is going to be the displacement in this particular case. I believe this is crystal and clear to each and every single student. Take a look in this case. A particle moves 5 meters along east. I'm showing the variety of problems, okay? So that if you ever face this category in the upcoming time, you would be able to smash it. A particle moves 5 meters along east. Guys, see, this is east, this is west. This is east, this is west. This is north, and this is south. It is actually like this. It's in 2D. Guys, see. It is like this. It is like this. This is east, this is west. This is north, this is south. And this is upward, and this is downward. You can understand it like this. So if a particle moves 5 meters along east, okay, guys, see, let's find the displacement vector in this case. If you ever get a question, something like this. So 5 meters along east, you will be mentioning I cap. Along north, you will be mentioning J cap. Along west, you'll be mentioning minus I cap. This is plus I cap. This is minus I cap. So if there is a vector along west, you'll be mentioning minus I cap. Sir, this is J cap and this is minus J cap. And sir, upward is K cap and downward is minus K cap. I hope this is crystalline clear. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, displacement over here is, I would say 5 meter along east. So I'll be writing 5 pi cap. Done, sir? Okay. Okay. Then, my dear NEET aspirants, 6 meters. Oh, it is a live lecture. Oh. 6 meters along north. So I would say plus 6 J cap. Then 10 meter in the upward direction. So I would say plus 10 K cap. Arey, sir, done, sir. Now you have to find the magnitude of this. How do you find magnitude? Under root of, I would say 5 square plus 6 square plus 10 square. Okay. So 5 square, 25, 6 square, 36, 10 square, 100. Done, 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 done. I hope this is crystalline clear. Let's move on to the next question. In this particular case, distance in a circular path or also displacement. Oh, give me the signal in the chats if this is clear. Everybody out there, let me know in the chats, boys and girls, with the fire emojis. I told you, if you give your 100%, you would be able to smash the upcoming NEET. That is for sure. I can give you the guarantee for that. And one more important thing, my telegram is, okay, my telegram is t.me/Yawar Manzoor. YAWARMANZOOR. You can join this telegram session. You can join this telegram link so that you would get the PDF, PPTs, or I would say whatever the information I send it in this telegram channel only. You can join this telegram channel. And what I was saying is that, guys, give your 100% at this point of time, because a lot of students who are offline students who basically are studying right now under my guidance, they are giving their 100%. And I can see just 1 or 2 months back, they were not able to, I would say, score 200, 300. Right now, they have crossed 500 marks. It is because of the consistency. They are giving their 100% right now. That's why their graph is increasing. Okay, they asked me the same question in the starting. Sir, is it possible for me to crack the NEET in the upcoming time? I told him, don't ask me these questions right now. Just do this, this and this, and let's see the results later on. Now they are getting the confidence. Now they have built the confidence that yes, it is possible for us to crack the NEET in the upcoming time, because they see their scores are rising. The graph is increasing. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, let's take a look at this particular question. Let's take a look at this particular question. Everybody. Distance in the circular path. My dear NEET aspirants, if I say an object is at point A, it is moving from point A to point B. Okay. So can I say this is what we call the distance covered by the particle, because this is the actual path? And join the initial point and final point. This is going to be the displacement. If somebody asks you how to find the displacement distance over here, let's first talk about the distance. Okay, so distance actually means this is arc. This is what we call the arc in the circle. You might have studied, my dear NEET aspirants, arc angle is equal to arc upon radius. Angle is equal to arc upon radius. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, arc is equal to angle upon radius. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what do you say in this particular case? If I say distance means that is angle, okay, angle, okay, into radius into, I would say, theta. How much angle you have covered? R into theta is going to be the distance in this particular case. At that angle, arc upon radius, now that you might have studied. Now, see, guys. So this is arc, this is angle, and this is radius. Arc is equal to angle into radius. I always get confused in this one. So, okay. So, my dear NEET aspirants, this is basically the distance in this particular case. That is arc. Okay. Okay. Angle is equal to arc upon radius. Angle is equal to arc upon radius. So, arc into this. Okay. Because we say this theta is arc upon radius. Arc upon radius. Okay. Same simple formula that I am using in this particular case. When I say distance, it will be how much is the radius, how much angle it has cut. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say in this particular case, it has cut 60 degrees, you'll be putting 60 degrees over here. If I say it has cut 120 degrees, you'll be putting 120 degrees over here. Now. Tell me one thing. When it comes to the displacement, this is the important point. When it comes to the displacement you'll be directly remembering over here. That is 2r. R is the radius. Then we say sine of theta by 2. Oh, sir, this is amazing. Like, let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, an object moves from this point to this point and it has covered an angle of 120. Please listen to me very carefully. From point A to point B. If I say how much is the displacement over here, you say, sir, displacement is 2r sine theta by 2. That is 2r. Then I would write sine of. What is the value of theta in this particular case? That is 120 divided by 2. So it is going to be 2r. Sine of 120 by 2 is sine 60. And sine 60 is how much? That is root 3 divided by 2. 2 and 2 will cancel. So it is root 3r. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Everybody out there. Tell me, guys, quickly in the chats with the fire emojis if this is crystalline clear. And smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet. Smash the like button. Quick. Now, guys, that's great. Take a look. An object moves in a circular path. Okay. Let's suppose this is point A. From point A to point B. This is radius R. By an angle of 60 degrees. So this angle over here is given as 60 degrees. This is in degrees. You can convert this to the radians also. In radians, it will be pi by 6. Pi by 3. In radians, it is going to be pi by 3 radians. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say, find the ratio of distance and displacement. When I say in this particular case, distance, how much is the distance? R into theta. Sir, R is the radius in this particular case. Theta is how much? That is pi by 3. Done, sir. What is displacement, my dear NEET aspirants? Displacement is 2r sine of theta by 2. Okay. Now, you can say, sir, this is 2r sine of theta by 2, sine 60 by 2. That is sine 30. Sine 30 is how much? 1 by 2. 1 divided by 2. This and this will cancel. So it will come out to be r. Now, if I say ratio of distance to displacement. So ratio means distance divided by displacement. It will come out to be, that is pi r divided by 3 divided by this r, because displacement is r. This and this will cancel. So it comes out to be pi by 3. I hope this is crystalline clear. So these are the variety of questions that you get to see in the distance and displacement. Mostly this one is important. My dear NEET aspirants. That is this circular one. This one is important in this particular case. Okay. Next, let's talk about the average speed. Oh, is this clear? Give me the signal in the chats. Quick with the fire emojis. Everybody out there. Whosoever is watching, give me the signal in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Everyone means everyone. Okay. Everyone means everyone. That's great. Let's talk about average speed and average velocity. What does average speed and average velocity mean? See, my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose if I am saying there is a car There is a car. First, let me tell you the basic difference. This car is moving from A point to B point. A point to B point. Listen to me very carefully. Okay. Listen. If I say how fast the car is moving, sir, this car is moving with, I would say, 40 kilometer per hour. Okay. Yes, sir. Let's suppose this is car A and this is car B. This is car B. This is car A and this car B. Here, this is another car. This car 2, car 1, car 2. I'm saying, sir, this car is moving with 40 kilometer per hour towards east. Could you please spot the difference between the two statements? Sir, this is simple. What kind of question is this? 40 kilometer, it only tells us how fast the car is moving. Sir, every hour it is completing 40 kilometers. Sir, when it comes to this tells us how fast the car is moving along with the direction. Sir, we call this as speed and we call this as velocity. Sir, is this the basic difference? Yes. So speed only tells us how fast the car is moving. Velocity tells us how fast the car is moving along with the direction. Sir, I can tell you one more thing over here also. What is that? Speed only has magnitude. It does not have direction. So means it is a scalar. So it has magnitude as well as direction. Sir, I can say this is a vector. Oh my goodness. Sir, speed, velocity. Now, what is average speed and average velocity? Take a look. If I say this car is moving from A point to B point, what is the speed of the car from A point to B point in general? That is called average speed. Done. Sir, what is the velocity of the car from A point to B point? That is called average velocity. Difference is there. See. If an object moves from A point to B point, what is the speed from A point to B point in general? That is called average speed or average velocity. What is the speed when the object was exactly here? That is called instantaneous velocity. First, the basic difference between the speed and velocity is it has only magnitude. It has magnitude as well as direction. Then, if I say from A to B, what is the speed? Average speed. What is the velocity? Average velocity. At a particular instant, what is the velocity? Instantaneous velocity. What is the speed? Instantaneous speed. And what is the difference? Only the direction. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Oh, quick. I need to know in the chats if this is clear. Everyone means everyone. Quick. Everyone means everyone. With the fire emojis. Now, average speed, how fast an object is moving in an interval. Or you can say it is the speed from A to B in general. A to B speed means only magnitude. And then, my dear NEET aspirants, we say average velocity. It is the velocity from A to B in general. Okay. So there are only two things, average and instantaneous. Instantaneous means at a particular instant. Average means from A to B in general. That's it. Now, guys, if you have to find the average speed, always remember, guys, speed, average. How you can find this? Directly remember, total distance. This is distance traveled divided by total time taken. And we can write it like this also. Total distance traveled means delta D also. In maths, we write it delta D. Total time is delta T. And when I say average velocity, my dear NEET aspirants, you can simply say average velocity, VAVG. This is a vector quantity, so you can put the vector sign also over here. That is total displacement. It is obvious, bro. Speed means scalar. Distance is scalar. You need to take scalar over here. And if you have to find average velocity, it is a vector. You need to take vector here. Displacement is a vector. Traveled upon total time taken. So this average velocity, you can simply say directly from now onwards, that is delta S divided by delta T. Delta S divided by delta T. That is delta S by delta T. I hope this is crystalline clear. Take a look. I'll be showing, I have put up every pattern of question which can be asked in this. And this is important. This is important. You can expect the question from average velocity from this portion only. An object is moving in a straight line without change in the direction. An object is changing in a straight line without the change in direction. One more important thing. If an object moves from A to B without change in direction, from A to B, if I say what is the distance? Here, this is the distance. Here, this is the displacement. So whatever is the distance, same is the displacement. If it is moving along the straight line without change in direction. Okay. If I say what is the average velocity here? Sir, whatever is the value of average velocity here, same is the value of average speed over here. Array, sir. Amazing. Amazing. Because distance and displacement are same. So average velocity and average speed will be also same. Now see, an object is moving in a straight line without change in direction. Without change in direction. Moves x1 distance in time t1. It moves this x1 distance in time t1. From here to here, it is x1. Okay. And x2 distance in time t2. And x2 distance in time t2. Yes, sir. Find the average speed and average velocity. Average speed and average velocity will be same. So how will you find the average speed? Arey, sir, total distance traveled, total time taken. So total distance is x1 plus x2. Total time is t1 plus t2. Done. x1 plus x2 upon t1 plus t2. Tell me in the chats if this is clear. Quick. Tell me in the chats if this is clear. Tell me in the chats if this is clear. Everybody, guys. Quick. Quick. Next. Take a look. Next pattern, next category. Important. So many times in JEE mains questions have been asked from this particular category. So many times. An object moves with a speed v1. An object moves with a speed v1. So it is v1. For time t1. So means object moves from here to here. For this much of time, its speed is v1. Like, sir, for first 10 seconds, its speed is 20. It is like that. For first 10 seconds, its speed is 20. Velocity and time is given. For next 20 seconds, its velocity is, let's suppose, 40. It can be like this. It can be like this. With a speed. And with speed v2. And with speed v2 for time t2, find average speed. You have to find average speed over here. Whenever you get a question something like this, just remember one formula. What is that? When it comes to the average speed or velocity, you say simply total distance traveled. These are all the cases in which we do not change the direction of the object, straight line. So whatever is distance, same as displacement. Upon we say total time taken. You'll say, sir, from here to here, what is the distance? That is x1. From here to here, what is the distance? That is x2. Upon time is t1 plus time is t2. But the point is, sir, x1 and x2 is not given. Velocity and time is given. Hey, I'll find it in just seconds. You know, velocity is equal to distance upon time. Speed is distance upon time. So time will be distance upon velocity. Now, if you know velocity, if you know time, you can find this distance. So that is how much, guys? Tell me. Time will be distance upon velocity. And we are supposed to find distance in this particular case. Okay. See, guys, we say velocity is equal to distance upon time. And distance will be velocity into time. Now tell me here, distance is velocity into time. So x1 will be v1 into t1, v1 into t1 plus x2 will be v2 into t2, v2 into t2. Okay, just a second, guys. Light is gone. I need to switch on the generator. Just a second. So this is V1 T1 into V2 T2 upon T1 plus T2 I can write over here. Simple. Okay, this is going to be the average velocity in this particular case. Now, just a second, guys, just a second. Now, guys, what is the important case in this one? Listen carefully. Listen carefully. So this is the average velocity in this case. Let's suppose if I say if T1 is equal to T2 is equal to T. Let's suppose if this time and this time is same. This is called equal time. So how can you find the average velocity in that particular case? Guys, this is V1 into T. V1 into T plus V2 into T upon T plus T. It is going to be 2T. T will be cancelled. So here it will be V1 plus V2 divided by 2. Now see, what was the question asked in the JEE mains? What was the question asked in the JEE mains? For first 10 seconds, speed is 20. For next 10 seconds, equal time, speed is 30. What is the average speed? Sir, 20 plus 30 divided by 2. We say for 3 equal intervals. For 3 equal intervals means T, T and T. We can say average velocity in this case will be V1 plus V2 plus V3 divided by 3. Now guys, you don't have to solve this each and every single time. Remember directly, if V1 is given, V2 is given and T is given, T is given. So V1 plus V2 divided by 2. If 3 equal intervals, V1 plus V2 plus V3 divided by 3. Next, this one. Oh, is this clear? Oh, tell me in the chat, so. Tell me in the chats, quick. Or I'll smash you in the camera. Quick, tell me in the chats. An object moves x1 distance with speed v1. Now, distance and velocity is given. An object moves x1 distance with speed v1 and x2 distance with speed v2. In this particular case, you have to find the average speed. See. Again, same formula I'll be using over here. Average speed will be total distance traveled upon total time taken. Total distance is x1 plus x2. Total time is t1 plus t2. Oh, yes or no? But sir, time is not given over here. We know velocity is distance upon time. So time will be distance upon velocity. Now tell me, this will be x1 plus x2. x1 plus x2 divided by t1 plus t2. How can you find t1? D divided by v. D is x1. This is v1. So x1 divided by v1 plus x2 divided by v2. So we got this time, we got this time. This is the average velocity, how we can find over here. So basic formula is this only. Total distance upon total time. Now tell me, my dear NEET aspirants, if equal distances are given, x1 is equal to x2. In 99% of your cases, equal distances will be given. If x1 is equal to x2 is equal to x. So what can I write? V average will come out to be, this is x plus x, that is 2x, upon, this will be x divided by v1 plus, this will be x divided by v2. This x will be cancelled. So I'll write over here, this V average will come out to be 2 upon 1 by V1 plus 1 by V2. You will be directly remembering this. So now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say in this particular case, if a body covers 20 meters with 30 meters per second, okay, next 20 meters with 40 meters per second, find the average. 2 upon 1 divided by 20 upon 1 divided by 40. If this is 20, if this is 40. For 3 equal distances. For 3 equal distances. How can we write the average velocity? You will be say instead of 2, you will be writing 3. 3 means this is x, this is x, this is x. If this is V1, this is V2, this is V3. We'll be writing 1 upon V1 plus 1 upon V2 plus 1 upon V3. Please do remember this directly. Okay, there is a previous year question in this particular case. Oh, tell me in the chat so if this is clear. Tell me in the chats if this is clear. Tell me, quick. I need the signal in the chats with the fire emojis. Okay. Quick, guys. Tell me in the chats. Clear? For equal distances, I told you. Okay. So when simply distance and time is given, then x1 plus x2 upon t1 plus t2. When velocity and time is given, then you will be using this particular case. v1 plus v2 divided by 2. For 3, v1 plus v2 plus v3 divided by 3. And when distance and velocity is given, in that particular case, 2 upon 1 by v1, 1 by v2 and so on. Next, a bus traveling for first, see guys. A bus traveling first 1/3 of the distance at a speed of 10 kilometers, first 1/3. Let's suppose this is over here, s by 3 in this particular case, s divided by 3 with 10 kilometer per hour. V1 is 10. The next 1/3, this s divided by 3, let's suppose if total is s, it is moving with 20. So V2 is given as 20. Next 1/3, s3, s by 3, if this V3 is given as 60. Now, tell me which case is this? Equal distances or equal time? Arey, sir. It is the case of equal distances. It is the case of equal distances. This is x, this is x. Okay. And how many intervals? 3 for 3 equal distances. 3 upon. So we'll be simply using here. Average velocity will be 3 upon 1 divided by v1 plus 1 divided by v2 plus 1 divided by v3. Sir, what if the distances were not equal in this particular case? Then you have this formula. Now, you'll be saying simply 3 upon 1 divided by 10 plus 1 divided by 20 plus 1 divided by 60. Solve and get the answer. It will come out to be mostly 18. Oh, is this clear? Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Quick. Tell me in the chats. Everybody. Okay. Yes, 18 it is. Now, guys, these are the average velocity cases. Sir, anything else in this one? Nothing. Okay, one important formula that we'll study now only. Okay. Yes. That's great. So duration will be 10 to 12 hours. If you want me to complete each and every single thing, if you don't want me to leave anything, then I'll have to stretch it to the 10 to 12 hours. Okay. I have to do that. Now take a look. My dear NEET aspirants. This is point A. If you are traveling from point A to point B, listen to me very carefully. If I say what is the speed of the car from A to B, that is what we call average speed. Yes, sir, or average velocity. Sir, we know it is total displacement traveled upon total time taken. Done, sir. All the questions done, sir. What if I ask you to tell me what is the speed of this object at a particular instant? This is what we call instantaneous velocity, VINS. Okay. Now, guys, at the particular instant, what is the speed? That is called instantaneous speed. At the particular instant, what is the velocity? That is called instantaneous velocity. Sir, what is the difference between the two? See. If I say at this instant, t is equal to 2 seconds. I am not saying from here to here. At this instant, car is moving with 20 kilometer per hour. Means at this point, the speed, how fast car is moving, 20. Next point. At this instant, the car is moving with 20 kilometer per hour towards east. So when I say at this instant how fast car is moving, only it is instantaneous speed. When I say along with the direction at an instant, it is instantaneous velocity. Array sir, crystal clear feel. Crystal clear feel. Okay. See, how fast an object is moving at a particular instant. This is how much? This is what? Instantaneous speed. Now take a look. How fast an object is moving at a particular instant along with the direction. Here you need to mention the direction also. That's it. And if I say, guys, instantaneous speed, we write it like this. Speed, instantaneous. We write it like this. Guys. If at particular instant you have to find the speed. Guys, when it was the case of average velocity, you said, sir, total distance traveled from here to here. How much is the total distance? Delta D. Sir, how much is the total time? Delta T. Sir, from here to here, how much is the total displacement? Delta S. How much is the total time? Delta T. But when you have to find the instantaneous speed at a particular instant, you will be taking small distance. Small distance will be dd. Delta D means large distance. dd means small distance upon small time is dt. Yes or no? And when I say instantaneous velocity, directly remember it will be small displacement upon small time, that is dt. Done. I hope this is crystalline clear. I hope this is crystalline clear. Now, one more important thing I just want to tell you over here. So at a particular instant, if you have to find speed or velocity, so that will be small distance divided by small time. That is dd by dt, or small displacement by small time, ds by dt. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, we say, sir, we got this instantaneous velocity as ds divided by dt. Yes. So what does it mean? It means differentiation of displacement with respect to time. If displacement is given, you have to find velocity, you'll be doing differentiation. That is the meaning. Now do one thing, take this over here. So ds will come out to be v dt. Now integrate both sides. Integrate both sides. Integration of this will be integration of ds is equal to integration of v dt. Now integration of ds will be, sir, total displacement. Oh, integration means addition of small things. If you keep on adding small displacements, you'll get total displacement. So it will be integration of v dt. Oh, sir. From this, what I can say is that if velocity is given, you are supposed to find displacement total. Means, sir, I'll have to do the integration. Absolutely. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if displacement is given, you are supposed to find velocity. In that case, you'll have to do the differentiation. Okay. In that case, you'll have to do the differentiation. Now, one more important thing I just want to tell you over here. Guys, you recently studied average velocity. What is average velocity? Delta S, or I would say total displacement. Okay, upon total time. Now guys, if I just write over here integration of dt, what does it mean? Adding small time. So it will give you total time, that is delta t. Oh, yes or no? So can I write this average velocity something like this also? Total displacement is integration of v dt. Yes. Divided by total time is integration of dt. So this is also the formula which you will be remembering. Okay. So basically you will be using this formula. When velocity is given, you have to find average velocity. This formula you will be using. When velocity is given, you have to find displacement. This formula you will be using. When displacement is given, you are supposed to find instantaneous velocity. And this one, when velocity is given, you are supposed to find average velocity. I hope this is crystalline clear. Tell me, guys. Is this clear? Guys, smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet, because liking the session is mandatory. Everybody out there. Okay. Okay. Oh, is this clear? Give me the signal in the chats. Everybody. Everybody. Guys, what I'm trying to say is that use this equation when velocity is given. Okay, let me directly show you the question. Now. See, the question is an object is moving with a speed v is equal to 3t square. You have to find the average speed in 2 seconds. What is given in this particular case? Speed. That is 3t square. What you are supposed to find average speed. Is there any formula like this? Yes, sir. What is that? V average is equal to integration of, that is v dt upon integration of dt. Now tell me, it says in 2 seconds. So means this is 0, this is 2, this is 0, this is 2. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what you will be doing is that integration of v dt, that is 3t square into dt from 0 to 2 upon integration of 0 to 2, I would say dt over here. Now, what I can write, sir, take this 3 out. What is the integration of t square? Sir, it will be t raised power plus 1 divided by power plus 1, that is t cube divided by 3 from 0 to 2 upon, what is the integration of dt? It is t from 0 to 2. These are the limits because we have to find in 2 seconds. Now 3 and 3 will be cancelled. Put this upper limit in t, then lower limit. So t 2 cube minus lower limit is 0 upon. Put this 2 in upper limit. Put the upper limit in t, that is 2 minus 0. So that is 2 cube is 8 divided by 2. It will come out to be 4 meter per second. So 4 meter per second is the average. So 4 meter per second is the average. Okay. Let's take a look at this question. Let's take a look at this question. If the position of an object is given as, so this is position, x is equal to t square minus 4t plus 5. Okay. So if the position of an object is given as x is equal to t square minus 4t plus 5. Okay. Okay. Find the instant when velocity becomes 0. We have to find the time when velocity becomes 0. First you find velocity, then only you can find the time when that will be 0. See, from this position or a displacement, if you have to find the velocity, you'll do the differentiation. That is this dx divided by dt. When position is given, you have to find velocity, you'll be doing differentiation dx by dt. Or when displacement is given, you have to find velocity, you'll be doing ds by dt. Okay. Now tell me what is the differentiation of this. For t square, it will be 2t minus, for 4t, it will be 4. Now this is the velocity. It says you have to find the instant, means time, when velocity becomes 0. If the question is something like this, put the value of velocity is equal to 0. So we got 2t minus 4 is equal to 0. Take this over here. So 2t will be equals to 4. So 2 1s are 2 2s are 4. So at t is equal to 2 seconds, velocity is 0. You can check it also. Guys, put t is equal to 2 over here. 2 into 2 is 4. 4 minus 4 is equal to 0. So velocity is 0. Okay. So at t is equal to 2 seconds, velocity is 0. Then what does question say? And displacement when object comes to rest. Then my dear NEET aspirants, you have to tell me in this particular case, what is the displacement also when the object comes to rest. Now, when is the object coming to rest in this particular case? At t is equal to 2 seconds, I can say. Because at t is equal to 2 seconds, object is coming to rest in this particular case. Okay. Now what I can say in this particular case, guys, see. Now find displacement from 0 to 2 seconds. Guys, listen to me very carefully, please. You have to tell me first what time object comes to rest, 2 seconds. Then in these 2 seconds, how much is the displacement? Because displacement when object comes to rest. Okay. Now guys, listen to me very carefully. If the position is given, you have to find the displacement. How do you find? Final position minus initial position. Absolutely, sir. Now see. So you have to find displacement from 0 to 2. Tell me. At t is equal to 2 seconds. What is the displacement? This is position, guys. So at t is equal to 2 seconds, what is the position? X is equal to. Put the value of, we say t is equal to 2 over here. This will be 2 square minus, we say 4 into 2. Then we say plus 5. Now tell me, this will come out to be, this is 4 minus, this is 8 plus, I would say in this particular case 5. Okay, now how much is this? 8 minus 4, or you can say 5. 8 minus 4 is minus 4. Minus 4 plus 5. So this will come out to be 1. This will come out to be 1. So we say at t is equal to 2 seconds, what is the position? So this is the final position, that is 1. Now guys, at t is equal to 0 seconds. If I say what is the position, you say x initial. Put t is equal to 0 here. This will be 0 minus, this will be 0. Okay, then plus I would say 5. So this will be x initial in this particular case is 5. Now my dear NEET aspirants, can I say what is the displacement, my dear NEET aspirants? Because you were saying displacement from 0 to 2. Find displacement when object comes to rest. Object comes to rest in 2 seconds. So this will be final position minus initial position. Final position is 1 minus initial position is 5. So it is minus 4 meters. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. Tell me, oh. Tell me, oh. Let's take a look at this question. This is important. I want you guys to understand this. Guys, see, a particle is performing uniform circular motion with constant speed. A particle is performing uniform circular motion with constant speed. Means whatever is the speed of this particle here, let's suppose it is 10, speed, not velocity, because direction is changing. Here also speed is 10. Here also speed is 10. Here also speed is 10 at every point. Okay. Speed is v. In time t. So it is taking total of how much time? T. How much time it is taking in completing one cycle? Sir, total time. Time is t. And how much is the speed? Speed in this particular case is v. Speed in this particular case is v. Find the average velocity and average speed. Okay, this is the table. This question is very important. This question is very important. I would want you guys to take a look at this question. This question is very important. Now guys, first you find when the particle goes from A to B, you have to find average speed, average velocity. Average speed, average velocity. Let me just show you over here. Guys, when the particle, first of all, tell me one thing, my dear NEET aspirants. If an object moves in a complete circle, how much is the length of this circle? That is circumference. That is 2 pi into r. R is the radius. This is the complete circle. And how, this is the distance. This is the distance covered. And how much is the time? Time is t. Time is t. This is the distance, time is t. So if I say average speed, guys, if the object moves from here to here, how much will be the distance? Sir, distance will be 2 pi r divided by 4, because 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be the distance. And time, if in complete cycle it is taking time t, how much will be the time from here to here? That will be t by 4. Array, sir, this is distance, this is time. So time is 2 pi r divided by 4. Distance is t by 4. So yes or no? 4 and 4 will cancel. So 2 pi r divided by t. So this is the total. This is the average speed. If I say average velocity, guys, if I say average velocity, listen carefully, please, please, please. Listen carefully. This is our object moves from this point to this point, this point to this point. We have to find the displacement. So this is A to B. So we have to find average velocity from A to B. Average velocity from A to B. That is total displacement upon total time. Let's find displacement from A to B. When you say displacement from A to B, how do you find displacement in case of a circle? 2r sine of theta by 2. And how much is the theta over here? 90. So this will be 2r sine of 90 by 2, that is 45. So this will be 2r sine 45 is 1 divided by root 2. Now guys, do one thing. Multiply with root 2 and divide with root 2. So how much is root 2 into root 2? Root 2 into root 2 is root 2 whole square. That will be 2. Root 2 into root 2 is 2. So this 2 will be cancelling with this 2. So answer is root 2r. So displacement came out to be root 2r. So this is root 2r. And when I say time from here to here, that is t by 4. T divided by 4. Take this in the numerator. This will be 4 root 2 r divided by t. This is the average velocity. This is the average velocity. Is this clear? Tell me in the chats. Quick, quick, quick. Tell me in the chats. Tell me in the chats, quick. Quick. Give me the signal in the chats. Everybody means everybody, guys. Quick. Okay. Let's suppose if I say, listen carefully. Let's suppose if I say an object moves from this point to this point, A to C. Okay. First and the foremost thing, you tell me in this particular case, listen to me very carefully, my dear NEET aspirants. How much is the total distance? How much is the total distance? When I say average speed, average speed. Average speed means total distance. Guys, complete is 2 pi r. So what is half of the circumference? That is 2 pi r divided by 2. So that is pi r. So that is total distance upon time. So that is pi r divided by how much is the time? Guys, from if it is complete t. So in half of the cycle, it is t by 2. So this is t divided by 2. Now take this in the numerator. It will be 2 pi r divided by t. Done. So that is mentioned in this one. 2 pi r divided by t. Pi r divided by t by 2. Okay. Now let's find average velocity. Average velocity. Sir, that is displacement upon time. Now from here to here, how much is displacement? Join initial point and final point. This is r. This is r. R plus r is 2r. Divided by, sir, how much is the time? That is t by 2. We know that. So 2 into 2 becomes 4r divided by t. 2r divided by t by 2. 2 into 2 is 4r by t. Now these two I have solved. These two I am keeping as homework. Okay. When object moves from A to B, B to C, C to D, means from here to here. Find average speed, average velocity. Then in complete cycle. Oh, tell me, oh, is this clear? Is this clear? Please tell me in the chats. Is this clear? Oh, I need to move further. Tell me quick. This question is important. Please do look at this particular question from your end. Do look at this question from your end. Quick, 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 quick. Take a look. See, let's suppose you have a car over here. Listen to me very carefully. Okay, tell me that, give me the signal in the chats first. I need the signal from every single student. Is this clear? Everybody, oh? I'm waiting for your response. Okay, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. Now, guys, let's suppose you have a car over here. It is moving with 10 meter per second. This car is moving, moving, moving. It reached this particular point. Here its speed becomes 20 meter per second, or velocity becomes 20 meter per second. Is the speed of this car same, or is it changing? Is the speed of the car same, or is it changing? So it is changing. Let's suppose time it is taking 1 second. If I say how much is the change in velocity? Change in velocity means final velocity minus initial velocity upon, let's suppose, time. Now, sir, how much is the final velocity? 20. How much is the initial velocity? 10. Time it is taking 1. So 20 minus 10 is 10 meter per second square. This is what we call the acceleration. So acceleration means change in velocity. Absolutely. So whenever the velocity of the body change, it is acceleration. So from 10 to 20, so we say velocity is changing, so it is acceleration. So acceleration is defined as the rate of change in velocity. Like over here, I recently calculated acceleration came out to be 10 meter per second square. Sir, how do you this unit is 10 meter per second square? See, acceleration is change in velocity upon change in time, delta V by delta T. So my dear NEET aspirants, what is the unit of velocity? Meter per second. What is the unit of this? It is second. So it is meter per second, or it is actually meter per second upon second. So it will be meter per second square. You can write it like this. So acceleration means how fast the velocity is changing. Like you are in a car. I'm saying, oh, accelerate the car. You are accelerating the car. You are changing the speed. Acceleration can be increase in the speed also, decrease in the speed also. And if I say velocity is constant, how much will be the acceleration? 0, because velocity is not changing in that particular case. Okay. Okay. Now there is a small concept over here which I want you guys to remember. Concept of retardation. Concept of retardation. Maximum number of NEET aspirants assume that when we talk about the retardation, retardation means negative acceleration. No, retardation does not mean negative acceleration. Retardation can be positive as well as negative. Retardation can be positive as well as negative. Like. If I say, sir, what does then retardation mean? Retardation means slowing down. Listen carefully. If a car is moving, it applies brakes. Now the car is slowing down, speed is decreasing. So this is called retardation. So whatever the acceleration is developed over here, that is what we call retardation. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what I'm trying to say is that if I say in this particular case, sir, this is 20 meter per second speed of the car, it applies brakes. Car is moving with 20 meter per second, it applies brakes. Here it is 10. Tell me what is the acceleration? Final minus initial, 10 minus 20. Okay. Upon time is 1. Final velocity minus initial velocity. So this will come out to be minus 10 meter per second square. Sir, what is this acceleration? This is retardation. Retardation. Sir, but this came out to be negative. I told you it can be negative as well as positive. Like in this case, if the car is moving in the backward direction, always remember this point, guys. If car is moving in the backward direction, consider its velocity negative towards left. If car is moving in the right direction, consider its velocity positive. Now see, if car is moving in a backward direction, reverse. First it was moving with 20, but I'll mention minus 20 because it is in left. Then it applies brakes. It becomes minus 10. Why minus 10? Because it is backward. Now what is the acceleration here? What is the acceleration here? Final velocity minus initial velocity. Minus 10 minus of minus 20 divided by time is 1. So this is plus 20 minus 10. So this will be plus 10 meter per second square. So acceleration in this particular case came out to be positive, and this is retardation. Why? Because in this case, car is slowing down. No doubt in the backward direction, but car is slowing down. So retardation simply means slowing down. Average acceleration. See guys, if I say an object moves from A point to B point, If I say an object moves from A point to B point. So in this particular case, velocity is changing from A to B. How much is the change in velocity from A to B? Delta V. How much is the change in time from A to B? Delta T. So I would say acceleration developed over here will be average from A to B in general. So that is delta V divided by delta T. This is change in velocity upon change in time. If I say at a particular instant velocity is changing, so at that instant the acceleration developed will be instantaneous acceleration. So this instantaneous acceleration will be simply small change in velocity at that instant upon small change in time. So average means acceleration from A to B. Instantaneous means acceleration at a particular instant. That's it. Like average velocity, instantaneous velocity. Oh, clear? Or tell me. Tell me. Tell me, is this clear? One more important equation I just want to mention over here. What is that? What is that? See, we say acceleration is equal to dv divided by dt. We say acceleration is what? dv divided by dt. This is the acceleration. So what does it actually mean? And this is instantaneous acceleration. It means if velocity is given, you are supposed to find acceleration, you will have to do the differentiation. Like we say instantaneous velocity is ds by dt. If displacement is given, you are supposed to find velocity, you will do what? Differentiation. Now do one thing, my dear NEET aspirants, everybody out there, take this over here, take this over here. So you'll get, sir, dv is equal to integration of a dt. Okay, dv is equal to a dt, not integration. Now integrate both sides. Integrate both sides. So integration of dv will be something like this is equal to integration of a dt will be something like this. Now boys and girls, integration of dv. What is dv? dv is small change in velocity. If you keep on, just a second guys, okay, I'll switch off this generator, just a second. Okay. Now guys, if you integrate, what is the integration of small change in velocity? It will be large change in velocity is equal to integration of a dt. This is the equation that we got. So if, my dear NEET aspirants, from now onwards, acceleration is given, you are supposed to find change in velocity, you will do integration. If velocity is given, you are supposed to find acceleration, you will do differentiation. Okay. One more important thing. See guys, we say acceleration is equal to dv divided by dt. Now do one thing, multiply with dx, divide with dx. Even you can cancel this dx and dx. Now interchange the position of this and this. Take it over here, take it over here. So acceleration will be, take it over here, take it over there. So this will be dv divided by dx into, take it over here, into dx divided by dt. What is dx by dt? Differentiation of position with respect to time velocity. So acceleration is v dv divided by dx. Instead of this, we are writing velocity. Now, could you please spot the difference between this equation and this equation? Sir, this is the acceleration in terms of time. This is the acceleration in terms of position. Acceleration position relation. So if sometimes position is given, you are supposed to find acceleration, you will be using this. And if time is given, you are supposed to find acceleration, you will be using this. I hope this is crystalline clear. Okay. So this you will be remembering from now onwards. If you have position, okay, or you have displacement, you are supposed to find what? Velocity. You will be doing differentiation. V is equal to dx by dt. See, arrow I am showing over here. And if this is given and you are supposed to find displacement, let me write just displacement over here. If displacement is given, you are supposed to find velocity, you will be doing simply differentiation of displacement. If velocity is given, you are supposed to find displacement, you will be doing integration. See, arrow is this. Your arrow is this. Now come over here. If velocity is given, you are supposed to find acceleration, you will be doing differentiation, dv by dt. See, this is the arrow. If acceleration is given, you are supposed to find velocity, you will be doing integration, delta v, or change in velocity is equal to integration of a dt. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. This slide is important. This slide is important. This slide is important. This slide is important. Quico. Is this clear? Is this clear? Okay. I'll teach the graphs also, everything. Now take a look. The initial velocity of a particle is u at t is equal to 0. Okay. Okay. Kashur kya karo? Kashur shutagan wasim saras karo. Now see, the initial velocity of a particle is u. Okay. At t is equal to 0. The acceleration is given by this. This is the acceleration of the particle given. That is alpha t raised power 3 divided by 2. Which of the following relations is valid? You have to tell me which of the following relation is valid. Now, boys and girls, listen to me very carefully. In this particular case, if you take a look over here, sir, acceleration is given in the question and you are find velocity. Sir, from acceleration to velocity or change in velocity, when acceleration is given, you are supposed to find velocity. You have to do the integration, because this is the idea that I'm getting over here. Acceleration, velocity, or change in velocity, integration. So what I'll do is that I'll say, sir, delta v is equal to integration of a dt. I'll have to make the relation, which relation is valid. Now, velocity means, okay, this is delta v is equal to integration of. What is acceleration? That is alpha. Instead of a, I'll write t raised power 3 by 2 and then I'll write dt. And then, my dear friends, this is delta v is equal to, alpha is constant, take this alpha out. Now, integration of t raised power 3 by 2. So, it is t raised power 3 divided by 2 plus 1 upon 3 divided by 2 plus 1. Power plus 1 upon power plus 1. So, delta v means final velocity minus initial velocity is equal to. Now, sir, this is 3 by 2 plus 1. 2 into 1 is 2. 2 plus 3 is 5 by 2. So, this will be alpha t raised power 5 divided by 2 and divided by 5 divided by 2. Here also. Now take this in the numerator. So v minus u, or take this v either here, u plus, if you take this u over here, it will be 2 divided by 5 alpha raised power t upon 5 by 2. Which equation? Option C. Option C. Okay, option C. Now take a look, my dear NEET aspirants. The acceleration of a particle is increasing linearly with time as bt. Here also acceleration of the particle is given, a is equal to bt. The particle starts from the origin with initial velocity v naught. Initial velocity vi is given as v naught, or yes, vi is given as v naught. The distance traveled by the particle in time t will be, we are supposed to find distance traveled by the particle. Oh. Very, very good question. See, guys, if velocity was given, you were supposed to find distance or displacement, you will do the integration. But velocity is not given. What is given in the question? Acceleration. Acceleration. So from acceleration, you have to find the distance or displacement. Don't you think we can do one thing? Sir, from acceleration, first we'll calculate the velocity. Then from velocity, we'll calculate displacement. This has to be the logic. Absolutely, sir. So my dear NEET aspirants, let's first find the velocity. Guys, acceleration is given. Let's find velocity. Delta V is equal to integration of A dt. Okay, I am showing you the uses of these equations. So you will be saying, sir, this is delta V is equal to integration of acceleration is over here bt. Instead of A, it is bt and dt. It is saying from 0 to t. So this limit is from 0 to t over here. Now this is final velocity minus initial velocity. If its initial velocity is not 0, initial velocity is V naught. So this is V naught. Then is equal to, take this B out, integration of t is t square divided by 2 because B is constant. Now take it over there. V will be equals to V naught plus B t square divided by 2. Yes. Now boys and girls, we got velocity. Now from velocity, if you have to find the distance or displacement, you'll again do the integration. So S is equal to integration of V dt. So S is equal to integration of, what is the value of V? That is V naught plus bt square divided by 2, and then we say dt. Now guys, S is equal to integration of V naught in terms of t with respect to t. So it will be V naught into t plus. Then integration of bt square, guys, b divided by 2 you can take common. What is the integration of t square? It is going to be t cube divided by 3. Now in this particular case, S is equal to V naught into t, then plus 3 into 2 is 6. So it will be bt cube divided by 6. So this is the answer to the question. I hope you got the feel of this question also. Let's take a look at this question. Let's take a look at this question in this particular case. Can't we use acceleration displacement relation? Here it is given acceleration in terms of time over here. So that's why I calculated first velocity, then displacement. Now take a look in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants. Okay. Take a look. If the velocity of the particle is given as, at plus bt square, where a and b are the constants, the distance traveled by the particle is, we are supposed to find distance. Sir, if velocity is given distance, we have to find integration of v dt. Now I hope you got the crystal clear feel of these equations, when we are supposed to use, when we are not supposed to use. So you can write S is equal to integration of V. What is V? That is AT plus BT square, and then you say dt. And here S will be, what is the integration of AT square? A is constant, take this out. Integration of T square is, that is T square by 2 plus integration of, okay, it says from 1 to 2. Okay. Limit is 1 and this is 2. Because it says distance traveled between 1 and 2. So put the limit 1 and 2. So S will be, integration of this will be A T square by 2 plus, take this B out. What is the integration of T square? That will be T cube divided by 3. Now put the limit from 1 to 2. Now guys, this displacement will come out to be, in this T, first you need to put the upper limit because T is variable, then minus lower limit. So it is A divided by 2. Then in this T, you will be putting 2 square divide minus 1 square. Upper limit square minus lower limit square. Then plus B divided by 3. Here you need to put 2 cube minus 1 cube. So this displacement will be 2 square is 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. So this will be 3a divided by 2 plus 3 square is 2 cube is 8. 8 minus 1 is 7. 7b divided by 3. Tell me guys in the chats if this is clear. Tell me guys if this is clear. Yes, b is also constant. It's given in the question. Now guys, an important point. Guys, see, when acceleration is not constant, what are the equations you can use? Like here. In all of these questions, like here, acceleration is given as variable. It is not constant. Sir, what is constant acceleration? Constant acceleration can be 10. So if acceleration is 10, it is only 10. It cannot be 11. If acceleration is 15, it will be 15 only. It cannot be 16. So this is called constant acceleration. When acceleration is variable, you can use these equations to find, if you have to find velocity, that is ds by dt. If you have to find the displacement, that is integration of v dt. I have already shown you the questions. If you have to find the acceleration, that is dv divided by dt. If you have to find the change in velocity, you can say integration of v dt. If you have to find average velocity, you can say it is integration of AD. It is integration of, I would say, v dt upon integration of dt. Even you can find the acceleration in terms of position, v dv divided by dx. So basically all of these equations can be used if the acceleration is constant or if the acceleration is not constant. Doesn't matter. These are the actual equations of motion. But when the acceleration is constant, okay, when the acceleration is constant, in those particular cases, my dear NEET aspirants, in those particular cases, my dear NEET aspirants, we will be using the equations of motion. Sir, why? Because this will save our time in solving the questions. That's it. When acceleration is constant. Now see, let's suppose if there is a body, initial velocity is u at time t is equal to 0. Now this car starts moving with constant acceleration. So after time t, it reached here. If I say what is the velocity achieved by this car after time t, you'll be simply saying velocity is u plus a into t. This is the velocity of the car after time t. U is the initial velocity, a is the acceleration, t is the time. Sir, what if acceleration is not constant? Can we use this equation? No, we cannot use this equation. Sir, in that case, which equation can be used in order to find the velocity? V is equal to ds by dt, or delta V is equal to integration of a dt. Done, sir. Clear, sir. If I say the same car started from this point and it reached this point. Okay, initial velocity u, acceleration constant. After time t, how much is the displacement covered by the car? S is equal to ut plus 1 by 2 at square. U is the initial velocity, t is the time, a is the acceleration. But you need to use this when acceleration is constant. If I say, sir, initial velocity u, and it is covering some displacement s. After covering some displacement s, how much is the velocity? Sir, v square minus u square is equal to 2a into s. This is the equation that you can use to find the final velocity. This is velocity after displacement s, and this is velocity after time t. These are the two separate questions. If I say, how much is my velocity after 2 seconds? That is this. If I say, how much is my velocity after 2 meters? Then this. Okay. Displacement in nth second. See guys, let's suppose if there is a car, it started moving, initial velocity is u and acceleration is constant. After 1 second, the car is here. Car reached here after 1 second. After 2 seconds, car is here. After 3 seconds, car is here. After 4 seconds, car is here. If I say what is the total displacement in 3 seconds, sir, that is this much. Total displacement in 3 seconds. Sir, how can you find this? S is equal to ut plus 1 by 2 at square. You can use this. If I say what is the displacement in third second, this is the displacement in first second. This much is the displacement in second second, first second, second second, third second. Okay, this is the displacement in third second. This is the displacement in 4 seconds. These are the two different things. This is the total displacement in 4 seconds. And this is the displacement in fourth second. Sir, this one is the displacement in fifth second. And this is the displacement in 5 seconds. Okay. This is, I would say, in this particular case, displacement in fifth second. This is displacement in 4 seconds. And if I say this is in nth second, so can I say this is the displacement in nth second? So this displacement in nth second, if you have to calculate, we say it will be u plus a divided by 2 into 2n minus 1. Okay, this is what we call the displacement in nth second. I hope you got the crystal clear feel in this particular case. Guys, tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Okay, this is the displacement in nth second. Okay, if I say how much is the displacement in n seconds total, ut plus 1 by 2 at square. If I say value of n is 3, if you put n is equal to 3 over here, that will be the displacement in third second. If you put n is equal to 4, that will be the displacement in fourth second. So this equation is also valid when acceleration is constant. Average velocity when acceleration is constant. Guys, see. Let's suppose there is a car. Okay. This car started moving. Initial velocity is u. Acceleration is constant. And it reached this particular point. Its velocity here becomes v. If somebody says, in this particular case, how much is the average velocity? You say simply u plus v divided by 2. This is when acceleration is constant. Sir, what if acceleration is not constant? Then I believe I have shown you all the cases previously when acceleration is not constant. How can you find the average velocity? Okay, this one. Now, if I say displacement covered with this velocity, how much is the displacement covered? Sir, displacement will be this average velocity into, I would say, time. Displacement is velocity into time. So displacement will be, what is the average velocity? U plus V divided by 2 into time is t. So this is the displacement in time t. Okay. Yes. Sir, can we use this equation when acceleration is variable? Absolutely not. This you can use only when acceleration is constant. Midpoint velocity. This is also valid when acceleration is constant. Let's suppose body is moving with velocity u. Finally, its velocity becomes v. Sir, in this case, what is the velocity at the midpoint? You say, sir, this v mid will be under root of u square plus v square divided by 2. Initial velocity square plus final velocity square divided by 2. Oh, give me the signal in the chat. So, everybody, give me the signal in the chats. Come on, guys. Give me the signal in the chats. Is this clear? Okay. कश्मीर से कोई है से क्या क्वेश्चन कारण पारतात से कौन हाँ Somebody is in the chats. Somebody is in the chats. I got you, man. That's nice. Okay, okay. Yo, 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 yo. Wasim sir is not here. Chalo guys, let's move on to the next one. Let's move on to this one. This is what we call ratio of displacement. This is what we call ratio of displacement. See guys, ratio of displacement. This is very important when it comes to your JEE mains as well as NEET. When it comes to your JEE mains as well as NEET. This is very important. Okay. Guys, do smash the like button because that is mandatory, everybody. See guys, in this particular case, what I want you guys to do is, let's suppose you have a car over here. Understand this very, very, very carefully. I need 100% attention. Let's suppose this is the car over here. Its initial velocity is 0 and acceleration is constant. After some time, car reaches here. After 1 seconds. After 2 seconds, car reaches here. After 3 seconds, car is here. After 4 seconds, car is here. Now, if somebody says, sir, how much is the displacement covered by the car in 1 second? In this 1 second, you simply remember X. What is the condition? Don't ask me, sir, how can you prove it? I have done this in the detailed lectures previously. Directly remember. If initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. Sir, if this condition is not applied, then this is false. Absolutely. So consider it X. So what will be the displacement in 2 seconds? You will simply say it is 4x. What will be the displacement in 3 seconds? You will say, sir, 9x. What will be the displacement in 4 seconds? It will be 16x. So how am I able to predict it? Guys, 1 square is 1. 2 square is 4. So that's why 4x. 3 square is 9. That's why 9x. 4 square is 16. That's why 16x. 5 square is 25x. That's why 25. 6 square is 36x. Okay. This will be the displacement covered by the car. Now, if I say, how much is the displacement covered in first second? This is first second. Sir, that is x. How much is the displacement covered in the car in second? This one, second one. Sir, this total is 4x. This is 3x. So 4x minus x. This will be how much? 3x. This will be 3x. Sir, this will be, how much is this? How much is this? 9x. How much is this? 4x. 9 minus 4, this will be 5x. So you'll be directly remember x, 3x, 5x, this will be 7x, this will be 9x, and so on. Listen carefully. Displacement covered in 1 second is x. Displacement covered in 2 seconds, 4x. Displacement covered in 3 seconds, 9x. Displacement covered in 4 seconds, 16x. Total displacement covered in 5x, we say 25x. We'll write the ratio something like this. Displacement covered in 1 second is to displacement covered in 2 seconds is to 3 seconds, 4 seconds. So x is to 4x is to 9x is to 16x is to 25x. Directly remember. Now displacement covered in first second, second second, third second, fourth second. Displacement in first, displacement in second, displacement in third second, in fourth, fifth. X is to 3x is to 5x is to 7x is to 9x. One thing I just want to tell you over here. Even if, my dear NEET aspirants, initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. Here, Car started from this point, it is 10 seconds. It is 20 seconds. It is 30 seconds. It is 40 seconds. If the interval is same, then the ratio will be same. This will be x, this will be 3x, this will be 5x, this will be 7x. Even if you keep over here 100 seconds, but make sure here in this particular case is 200 seconds, 300 seconds, ratio will be same. Even if you keep over here, let's suppose 15 seconds, here you are going to keep 30 seconds, then 45 seconds. Okay, gap is 15, 15, 15. Ratio is going to be same. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. This is very, very important, extremely important, I must say. This is very important. Quick. Tell me. I need the signal in the chats. I need the signal in the chats. And do smash the like button, guys. I'll be showing you the questions on these after some time. After some time means when we study motion under gravity, after that. Oh, is this clear? Give me the signal. Quick, 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 quick. Don't waste time. Motion under gravity. See, guys. If let's suppose you have an object. If you release this object, it will fall. It falls because of what? Gravity. If there is an object, it falls due to the gravity. So if it falls due to the gravity, I would say falls due to gravity. So it is motion under gravity. Okay, so this is motion under gravity, motion due to gravity. If you throw an object upwards, it will fall down. So it is motion under gravity. So if there is a motion which is happening under gravity, due to gravity, that is motion under gravity. Now guys, see, we know, sir, force is equal to mass into acceleration. Can I say, sir, mass acceleration will be force divided by mass? Yes. Let's check the acceleration of this object. If mg is acting on this gravitational force mg on this in the downward direction, what will be the acceleration? Acceleration will be mg divided by m. M and m will cancel, so acceleration will come out to be g. So this is what we call acceleration due to gravity. Okay. So if an object is released from certain height, it falls due to gravity, it will have an acceleration equal to g. And always remember this g is 9.8 meter per second square. And we will be mostly taking it 10 meter per second square in our cases. Okay. So acceleration due to gravity, if an object is released, it is falling due to acceleration due to gravity. So that is 9.8 meter per second square. Now guys, time of flight. Let's suppose you have an object over here. You are releasing this object from height h. Okay, from height h. Initial velocity is 0. Initial velocity 0 means you are releasing this. You are not throwing this. If you throw, then initial velocity is not 0. You are releasing. If initial velocity is 0, if I say how much time it is going to take in reaching the surface and reaching the ground, this time is going to be under root of 2h divided by g, where h is what we call height of this. Under root of 2h by g. This is the height. This is the time taken by the object from the surface to center. From the height h to the surface. Okay. Okay. Now, next point, my dear NEET aspirants. If an object is released from certain height with initial velocity 0, if it is falling height h, when it strikes the ground, what will be the velocity when it strikes the ground? That is called velocity of hit. With what velocity it strikes the ground? This velocity is simply under root of 2gh. You will be directly remembering this. So this is the velocity under root of 2gh. Okay. Now guys, take a look. Take a look. Take a look. See guys. Ratio of heights. It is exactly the ratio that I told you recently. See. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, there is an object. Please, I need 100% attention over here. This is a request. I have an object over here. I'm releasing this object. I'm releasing this object. Okay. If I'm releasing this object, what is the initial velocity? 0. And what is its acceleration? We know, sir, its acceleration is equal to g. And g is constant. What is the value? 9.8 meter per second square. That is constant. It will always have same acceleration. If acceleration is constant, initial velocity is 0. We say after 1 second, the object will be here. After 2 seconds, object is here. After 3 seconds, object is here. After 4 seconds, object is here. Now, condition is if initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. If the object moves like this or it moves like this, ratio will be same. Sir, what is the height covered in 1 second or displacement covered in 1 second? Here I would say height covered, it is x. Sir, what is the height covered in 2 seconds? In 2 seconds, it is 4x. What is the height or displacement covered in 3 seconds? It is 9x. What is the height covered in 4 seconds? That is 16x. What is the height covered in 5 seconds? That is 25x. Sir, what is the distance height covered in first second? X. In second 3x. In third second 5x. In fourth second 7x. In fifth second 9x. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Don't you think it is exactly like this ratio? Here the body is moving horizontally. Initial velocity 0, acceleration constant. Here body is moving vertically. Here ratio of displacements. Over there it is ratio of heights. Absolutely, sir. So height covered in 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. This x is to 4x is to 9x is to 16x is to 25x. Height covered in the first second, second, third, fourth, fifth, x, 3x, 5x, 7x, 9x. Absolutely, sir. 100%, sir. You know what was the question asked in NEET 2022? You know what was the question asked in NEET 2022? What is the ratio of height covered by a freely falling body? What is the ratio of height covered by a freely falling body in first, second, third, fourth, fifth second? 1 is to 3 is to 5 is to 7 is to 9. This was the question. Literally, this was the question. Okay. If initial velocity is not 0, then this ratio is not valid. Then you have to find out the displacement in third, second, fourth second by using this formula. S is equal to ut plus 1 by 2 at square. Okay. And this is a famous ratio. That's why I'm showing you, because most of the time questions have been asked from this. Take a look. A stone falls freely under gravity. It covers distance h1, h2 and h3 in the first 5, next 5 and next 5 seconds. Take a look, guys. Amazing question. There is a stone over here. Initial velocity is 0. Acceleration is constant. It is falling. It is falling. It says it covers the displacement in first 5 seconds. First 5 seconds. So this is 5 seconds over here. So this will be 10 seconds over here. This will be, let's suppose, 15 seconds over here. Now, first 5 seconds is this. Next 5 seconds is this. Next 5 seconds is this. Oh, it is exactly like this, boys and girls. It is exactly like this. First 1 second. Next 1 second. Next 1 second. Next 1 second. Array, sir. Amazing. So, in this particular case, so it says, sir, this distance covered in first 5 seconds. I told you it can be 5 also. It can be 1 second also, 2 second also, 3 second also. It can be 10 second also. It can be 20 second also. It can be 30 second also. But make sure the gap is same. The gap is same. Difference is same. My dear NEET aspirants, we know this will be x. We know this will be 3x. We know this will be 5x. And it says in the question that distance height covered in the first is h1. It is saying it is h1. It is saying it is h2. It is saying it is h3. Now, what is the relation between h1, h2 and h3? This is a previous year question, NEET 2017. Literally. Now tell me, can I say, sir, h1 is to h2 is to h3? What is going to be this? X is to, I would say, 3x is to, I would say, 5x. Oh, yes or no? Oh, yes or no? This is the relation between the three. Even you can say it like this also, sir. H1 divided by H2 in this particular case will be, that is x divided by 3x. This and this will cancel. So H1 will be equals to H2 divided by 3 also. This you can write it something like this also. Even you can equate this also. H1 divided by H3, it will come out to be x divided by 5x. This x divided by 5x. This and this will cancel. Take it over there. H1 will be, that is H3 divided by 5. This came out to be this. Now tell me a relation between, you can keep it like this also. Okay. Then you can make the relations on your own. Now H1 is equal to this, H1 is equal to this. So can I say, my dear NEET aspirants, H1 will be equals to H2 divided by 3 will be equals to H3 divided by 5. So this is the relation between H1, H2 and H3. Please tell me in the chat if this is clear. Please tell me in the chat if this is clear. Every video, quick, is this clear? Is this clear? Is this clear? Is this clear? Oh, I told you, then we cannot use this ratio, bro. You are asking again and again the same questions. That's why am I giving you the conditions over here? So that if those conditions are not met, then you cannot use this. So then you tell me, I have told you already the equations, you can use those. But the question comes from these ratios only, na? Lingesh, are you able to understand what I'm saying? So if I say these are the conditions, on the basis of these conditions only, this is the ratio. If those conditions are not met, then this is not valid. Common sense. Okay. If I say, let's suppose the question is this. What is the ratio of a freely falling body? In first 10 seconds and first 20 seconds. This is the question which is going to confuse you. First 10 and first 20 seconds. See, this is the object, initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. This is the condition. It says, what is the ratio of the freely falling body in first 10 seconds? So first 10 seconds is this. And in first 20 seconds will be this. Here it will be 20. So this is 20 from here to here. Okay. And this is given as x. In first 10 seconds, it will be x. And in first 20 seconds, it will be 4x. So displacement in first 10 seconds is to displacement in first 20 seconds, it is going to be x is to 4x. Please and please don't write it will be x is to 3x. Because it is first 10 seconds, first 20 seconds. If I would have said, see, displacement in first 10 seconds and displacement in next 10 seconds, then 1 is to 3. I hope you got now. I hope you got now. Okay, if I say displacement in 10 seconds first, I would say first 10 seconds is to displacement in next 10 seconds. Then it is x is to 3x. This is very important question because this is highly confusing. That's why I'm putting it very important. Take a look at this. Take a look at this. A body is dropped from a tower, falls through 40 meters during last 2 seconds. See guys, important question. Okay, this body drops is released from a tower. Okay. Initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. Let's suppose after 1 second body is here, after 2 seconds body is here, after 3 seconds body is here, and after 4 seconds body is here. What does the question say? Okay, tell me, how much is this ratio? X. How much is this ratio? 3x. How much is this ratio? 5x. How much is this ratio? 7x. What does it say? During the Body is dropped from a tower. Body is dropped from the tower. Falls 40 meters during the last 2 seconds. One more important thing I just want to mention over here. One more important thing. What is that? Let's find the value of this x exactly in falling case. In falling case. Let's find the value of this x exactly in falling case. We say, let's find this x. So this s is equal to ut plus 1 by 2 at square. If you have to find the value of this x exactly, we can use this. Let's find x. Let's find x. So s, displacement covered, x. Initial velocity 0. 1 divided by 2. Acceleration is g. G is 9.8. Instead of 9.8, I'll write 10. And time. How much time? From here to here, 1 second. 1 second. So x will come out to be 10 divided by 2. That is 10 divided by 2. That is 5 meters. So my dear, don't write meters, write 5. Value of this will be 5. So my dear NEET aspirants, this will be 5. If this is 5, how much will be this? Guys, what is 4x? That is 20. If I say 9x, what is 9 5s are? 45. Okay. And if I say 7x, 7 5s are 35. If I say 9 5s are 45. So I hope you got the feel. So value of this usually we take x. Now come over here. Now come over here. How much is this x? 5. How much is this 3x? 3 into 5 is 15. How much is this 5x? 5 into 5 is 25. How much is this? This will be 35. Now what does the question say? Drops from the top of a tower, falls 40 meters during the last 2 seconds. Distance covered in last 2 seconds. Distance covered in last 2 seconds is 40 meters. Now tell me, last 2 seconds 40 meters. Now since you are an intelligent guy, you will tell me, sir, last 2 seconds distance is 40 meters. So means last second is this and before that it is this. So these are the last 2 seconds. Now calculate. How much is the distance covered in last second? 35 plus 25, that is 60. No, these cannot be last 2 seconds. Okay, let's check. Let's check this one and this one. How much is the distance covered in second and third second? 25 plus 15, that is 40. Oh, sir, amazing. So I can write over here. So last 2 seconds are I would say which one? Second and third second. So last 2 seconds are second and third second, because in second it falls 15. In third second it falls 25. So 25 plus 15 is 40. It is 40. Now it says the height of the tower is, guys, last 2 seconds. So this is 1 second, this will be 2 seconds, and this will be third second, because in third second it is falling. So this is 5, this is 15, this is 25. So this is 25 plus 15 is 40, 40 plus 5 is 45, height is 45. Now I need to see how many of you understood this in the chats. Everybody. Guys, I need to see how many of you understood this. Please tell me in the chats. Is this clear? Is this clear? Is this clear? That's great. That's great. Motion under gravity from ground to ground. Let's suppose, my dear NEET aspirants, you have an object over here. You are launching this object with speed u. It reaches the top. Motion under gravity from ground to ground means if you throw an object in the upward direction. Okay. If you throw an object in the upward direction. It reaches the top, then falls back. Okay, then falls back. So this is what we call motion under gravity from ground to ground. If it is thrown, I'll repeat it later. Let's take a look at this right now. If it is launched from the ground, it falls onto the ground. This is what we call motion under gravity from ground to ground. Okay. Now guys, if I say how much is the maximum height attained, how much is this height attained? Maximum, how high it can go. And at the topmost point, we know its velocity becomes 0 because then only it will fall back. Always remember maximum height will be, that is u square divided by 2g. This is the maximum height. Sir, what is u? U is the velocity with which you have launched. Okay. G is the acceleration to gravity. So time of flight, how much time it will take from bottom to top, from top to bottom? Complete journey time. Directly remember, this time will be 2u divided by g. 2u divided by g. And if somebody says how much is the time in the upward journey, so you can say, sir, time in the upward journey is simply u divided by g. And time in the downward journey in this particular case will be also u divided by g. It takes u by g and u by g in this particular case. Okay, u by g and u by g. Now, boys and girls, there is an important thing which I want you guys to understand in this one. Let's take a look at this. Please understand this very carefully. Please understand this very carefully. See, let's suppose you are throwing an object in the upward direction, something like this. You are throwing an object in the upward direction, something like this. It goes till top. Then, my dear NEET aspirants, it starts falling back once again. It starts falling back once again. Okay. It starts falling back once again. Okay. Okay. Now, let's suppose it is taking, after 1 second, it is here. After 2 seconds, it is here. After 3 seconds, it is here. And after 4 seconds, it is here. This is the 5th second. This is 6 seconds. This is 7 seconds. This is 8 seconds. Assume total time of journey is 8 seconds. It is taking 4 and 4. Now we know that at topmost point velocity is what? 0. Now ignore this portion. Ignore this portion. Imagine the ball is only falling. So at topmost point velocity is 0 and we know acceleration is g, that is constant. So ignore this. How much will be this displacement? Initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. Array, sir, we have recently studied. This displacement will be x. If initial velocity is 0, acceleration is constant. So this displacement will be 3x. This displacement will be 5x. This displacement will be 7x. Array, sir, amazing. And guys, how much is this? This will be 5. How much is this? 15. Because x we got 5. So 5 into 3 is 15. This will be 25. This will be 35. Now guys, you can copy and paste it over here. If in the last second it covers 35, in the first second also it will cover 35. If in the second it covers 25, here also 25. If this is 15, this is 15. If this is 5, this will be 5. Amazing, sir. Now if somebody says how much is the total height? 35 plus 25, 60. Plus 15, 75. Plus 5, 80. 80 is the total height. 80 is the total height. So what I am trying to say is that if you have to analyze this journey, better is to analyze the downward journey because that is easy. Then you can copy and paste. One more important thing. Guys, see, if I say what is the speed of the object at this particular point, remember this. The speed of the object at this point will be the same as speed of the object at this point. Here it will be upward. Here it will be downward. Amazing, sir. Now let's calculate the speed at this point. See, speed at this point will be speed at 6 seconds will be use v is equal to u plus at. Now consider downward journey. In the downward journey, how much is the initial velocity from here to here? Sir, this is 0. And what is acceleration? Acceleration is 10 because a is equal to g. G is 10. And time. In the downward journey from here to here, how much time? This is 1 second. This is 2 seconds. Okay. So I would say 2. So in this particular case, 2 into 10 is, I would say 20 meters per second. Oh. So means you are saying us, sir, Don't solve the questions in the upward journey, solve the questions in the downward journey and then copy and paste. So in this particular case, if this comes out to be 20 meter per second, here this speed will be 20 meter per second, but direction is upward. Here it will be 20 meter per second, direction is downward. If let's suppose you are throwing it with a velocity of, let's suppose x upward, when it strikes the ground, it will be also x but downward. Tell me in the chats how many of you understood this. Tell me in the chats how many of you understood this. Oh, quick. Oh. Quick, quick, quick. 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 See, this question is extremely important. This question is extremely important. Extremely important. See, in this case, I'll repeat it. In this case, I'll repeat it once again. Let's suppose the ball is projected with 40 meter per second. If you are projecting a ball with 40 meter per second, find the time of flight. How can you find the time of flight? 2u by g. So that is 2 into u. What is the value of u? That is 40. Divided by g. G is 10. 0 and 0 will cancel. So this will be 8 seconds. So total time of journey is 8 seconds. What is the time upward? Upward time will be 4 seconds. That is u by g. Downward time will be 4 seconds. Now this is the diagram. So from here to here 4 seconds. From here to here 4 seconds. Now boys and girls, if I say the ball goes up at topmost point, what is the velocity? 0. Now forget about this downward journey. Forget about this downward journey. Sorry, upward journey. Consider downward journey. In the downward journey means from top to bottom. Downward journey means from top to bottom. Okay. So at topmost point, this velocity is u. So means in the downward journey, initially velocity is u. In the downward journey, I am not saying in the upward journey. In the downward journey, initially velocity is u. And acceleration is g, which is constant. If these two conditions are met, what is the displacement in first second? X. And x is how much? 5. Directly remember, x is 5. X is 5. If this 5, this 3x is 15. This 5x is 25. This 7x is 35. Now I'm saying copy and paste it over here. If this is 35, this will be also 35. If this is 25, this will be also 25. If this is 15, this will be also 15. If this is 5, this will be also 5. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Now, if I say how much is the maximum height, without using the formula, I can find the maximum height. 35 plus 25, 60. 60 plus 15 is 75. 75 plus 5 is 80. So height is 80. Let's check. Height is u square divided by 2g. U is 40 square. Initial velocity 40 into 40 divided by 2 into g. That is 2 into 10 is 20. This and this will cancel. 2 1s are 2 2s are 4. 2 into 40 is 80. That's what I was saying now. Now, whatever is the speed of the object at t is equal to 2 seconds upward, same will be the speed at t is equal to 6 seconds but downward. That's what I'm saying. Now, let's find. We have to find speed at t is equal to 5 seconds and 6 seconds. See guys, we can say speed at 6 seconds is equal. Means here, consider downward journey. Downward journey means this is the initial point, this is the final point. Use v is equal to u plus at. Now, in the downward journey, guys, in the total journey, this is the 6th second. But in the downward journey, this is the second. In the downward journey, it is the second. In the total journey, it is 6th. In the downward journey, it is second. So I would say in the downward journey, initial velocity is 0 plus acceleration is 10. T is 2 because in the downward journey, it is 2. So this will be 20 meter per second. Even I would say, my dear NEET aspirants, if this is 20 meter per second downward, same will be the 20 meter per second upward at 2 seconds. So this will be v at 2 seconds will be also, that is 20 meter per second, but upward. And this will be downward. Similarly, you can find the speed after 6 seconds. This is okay. This was after 6 seconds. You can find the speed after 5 seconds also. 5 seconds is this one. That will be 10. That will be 10. Now, next one. Next one. Distance covered in 6 seconds. How much is the distance covered in total? Distance is total path covered. First, second, third, fourth. So this is 80. In 4 seconds, distance covered is 80. In 5 seconds, 85. 85 plus 15 is 100. So in 6 seconds, total distance covered is, I would say, 100 seconds. That is 100 meters. Displacement in 6 seconds. Sir, displacement in 6 seconds. At 6 second, particle is here. Initially, particle was on the ground. So what is the displacement? Join initial and final. So displacement is 35 plus 25. So 35 plus 25, that will be 60. That will be 60. So that will be 60. That will be 60. Average speed in 7 seconds. Guys, see. Average speed. How do you find average speed? Oh, tell me. Average speed means simply total distance traveled upon total time taken. So how much is the distance covered in 7 seconds? How much is the distance covered in 7 seconds? How much is the distance covered in 7 seconds? Distance covered in 7 seconds. So till here it was 100. So 125. 125. 125. So this is 125 divided by total time is 7. Average velocity in 5 seconds. Guys, when it comes to the average velocity in 5 seconds. So at 5th second object is here. So average velocity is total displacement upon total time. So in 5 seconds, this much is the displacement. This much is the displacement. Okay. And total time. And how much is the displacement? 15 plus 25 plus 35. This is 60. 60 plus 15 is 75. So this is 75. 75 divided by 5. Distance moved in 8th second. Guys, see. How much is the distance moved? Distance moved in 1st second. This much. In the 2nd second, this much. In the 3rd second, this much. In the 4th second, this much. In the 5th second, this much. In the 6th second, this much. In the 7th second, this much is the displacement. How much is that? 35. I believe this question has cleared all the doubts. Every single thing. This is, I would say, we have understood every single thing from this one. Tell me, guys, in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Quick. I need the signal in the chats. Now we have to move on the graphs. Oh, give me the signal. This is the maximum what you can understand from this particular topic. Average speed, average velocity, distance, displacement, upward journey, downward journey. Okay. That's cool. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Now, position time graph. See, what does position time graph mean? Let's finish these graphs in next 10 minutes. Next 10 minutes. Position graphs in kinematics. Position time graph. Let's suppose you have a car over here. This car is moving. After t is equal to 1 second, its position is 1. It reached this point. Okay. After t is equal to 2 seconds, its position is 2. It reached here. After t is equal to 3 seconds, it reached here. Position is 3. Okay. After t is equal to 4 seconds, it reached here. Position is 4. Now, I am asking you to plot its graph. Plot this situation, real life situation graphically. Sir, my logic says if position is given, time is given. So we can plot its which graph? Position versus time graph. So on y-axis, you'll be putting position. On x-axis, you'll be putting time. So when t is 1, x is 1. When t is 1, x is 1. When t is 2, x is 2. When t is 3, x is 3. So basically, its graph will be straight line. Its graph will be straight line. And this is its what graph? Position time graph. Now, one thing I just want to tell you over here. Let me just tell you the slope. slope. Guys, if you ask me, sir, what is slope? Slope is tan theta. Sir, slope means just give us the basic idea. See the slope. This is one line, this is another line. Which is having more slope? The one which has more inclination. Sir, it is difficult to climb on this graph. Why? Because it has large slope. Sir, it is easy to climb on this slope. It has less slope. Okay, on this graph, it is less slope. Okay, so how much inclined? Okay, sir, how much slope this has? Nothing, zero. It is plane. How much slope this has? Good slope. Sir, infinite slope. And slope means tan theta. How can you find slope? Tan theta. Now, guys, in this particular case, tan theta means perpendicular by base. Guys, if this is the angle, whatever the axis is with angle, consider that as base. And this will be perpendicular. So this will be perpendicular, this will be base. So I would say in this particular case, tan theta is perpendicular by base. So perpendicular is delta x and base is what? That is delta t. Delta t. So this is perpendicular divided by base. Slope is tan theta. Tan theta is perpendicular divided by base. Now what is delta x by delta t? Delta x by delta t is velocity. So slope of position time graph gives us velocity. From now onwards, if somebody says find the velocity from position time graph, okay, you'll be finding the slope. You'll be finding the slope. Let's take a look. Find the ratio of velocity of A and B. So this is the graph of car A. This is the graph of car B. You have to find velocity. If you have to find the velocity, means ratio. Velocity of A divided by velocity of B. It means simply slope of A divided by, I would say, slope of B. You can write it like this. Slope of A means tan of theta. How much theta A is creating? This is 30. Oh, if this is 45, this is 15. This will be how much? 30. So tan 30 divided by. And how much angle B is creating? And you always measure the angle with x-axis. So B, this is 45, this is 15. So how much is the total angle? 60. So I would say this is tan of 60. So if you know the angle, you can find the slope. Tan 30 is 1 divided by root 3. Tan 60 is root 3. Root 3 into root 3 is 3. So answer is 1 by 3. This is the ratio. At which point velocity of the car, at which point velocity of the particle is maximum? See guys. Remember this. In case of a straight line, always remember this. Okay, let me just tell you this quickly. Slope. If this is a graph between y versus x, and if this is a straight line, at every point it will be making the same angle with the horizontal. So we say here slope is constant. At every point slope is same, slope is constant. If I say what is the value of slope here, slope in this case is 0. Why? Because this line is making how much angle with the x-axis? 0, and logically also this has 0 slope. If I say, sir, this angle is theta is less than 90. Whenever you see theta is less than 90, please remember directly, in this case, consider slope positive. Okay, this graph has positive slope. Directly remember. Don't ask me, sir, how, why? This is not the time. Okay, because tan theta is positive in this particular case. Value of tan is positive when theta is less than 90. Directly remember. If the graph is like this, in this case, theta is greater than 90 and theta is less than 180. Because this is 180 and it is greater than 90, less than 180. In this case, slope is negative. Please do remember these directly from now onwards. Now take a look. And one more important thing. If let's suppose this is a curve, you want to find the slope at a point in case of a curve. Okay. Sir, in case of a straight line, at every point it will be same. In case of a curve, if you have to find the slope at this point, draw a tangent at that point. Tangent means that line which touches the curve at one point. So draw a tangent at that point. And then check the angle with x-axis. And then check the angle with x-axis. Okay, this is theta. Then in this particular case, if you got the angle, so slope will be simply tan theta. How can you find the slope at a point? How can you find the slope at a point? Draw a tangent at that point, then check the angle with x-axis. That is the way. Okay, take a look. Guys, if you have to find from displacement time graph or position time graph, you have to find the velocity at which point is maximum. You have to find velocity at this point. You check the slope. So theta in this particular case is 0. So velocity at this point will be 0. Don't say, sir, it is maximum point. No, it is displacement position time graph. Here velocity is 0. At this particular point, draw a tangent and check the angle. This is theta 1. At this point, draw a tangent. This is theta 2. Now, clearly in this particular case, I can say theta 2 is greater than theta 1. So, I would say slope at point 2 is greater than, I would say, slope at point 1. So, velocity at 2 is greater than velocity at 1. So, maximum velocity will be at point 2. That is velocity at B. Let's suppose this one. Find the average speed and average velocity in 8 seconds. Guys, see, when it comes to the average velocity from position time graph, you will be simply finding slope. And slope simply means tan theta. But sir, the problem in this question is theta is not given. No problem. If theta is not given, we know tan theta is perpendicular by base. And perpendicular means delta x, base means delta t. Perpendicular means delta x, base means delta t. Now guys, delta x by delta t means final value of x minus initial value of x upon final value of time minus initial value of time. Now guys, see, it says in 8 seconds average speed from 0 to 8 seconds. Now guys, listen to me very carefully. If I say, guys, see, it is like, this is the graph. In 2 seconds, it covers 10 meters. Then for next 2 seconds, it remains at 10 meters only. Then for another 2 seconds, it covers again 10 meters, so 20. So means, my dear NEET aspirants, the graph says, in the first 6 seconds, the particle has covered how much? I would say 20 meters. In the first 6 seconds, 0, and this is 6 seconds. And then in the next 2 seconds, from 6 to 8, it comes back to the original position. You see, initially it was at 0. Finally also at, guys, this tells us the position. At t is equal to 4, position is 10 meters. At t is equal to 8 seconds, what is the position? That is 0. At t is equal to 0, what is the position? 0. So it comes back. This is again 8 seconds and this is 6 seconds over here. So again it covers how much? 20 meters. Could you please tell me how much is the total distance covered? 20 plus 20 is 40. So this will be simply total distance. You can directly write over here. This will be 40. Okay. Or you can put the values over here. Right? X final minus X initial upon time final minus time initial. Okay. Move. Don't ignore this. Ignore this. You can write it like this. At t is equal to 0. What is the, I would say in this particular case, or you can say not final position. This is, okay, we are finding average velocity. In average velocity, this will be final minus initial upon final time minus initial time. See guys, what is the final position at t is equal to 8? That will be 0 minus. What is the initial position at t is equal to 0? That will be 0 upon. Final time is 8 minus 0. This will come out to be 0. And when I say speed, average speed. Average speed. Guys, average speed means slope tan theta. That is total distance. That is delta d divided by delta t. No doubt it has moved first 20. Then it goes back to 20. So total distance is 40 divided by time is 8. 8 5s are. This is 5 meters per second. Is this clear? Is this clear? Is this clear? Or tell me, in this particular case, how much is the total distance covered? 0. Sorry, 40. And how much is the total displacement covered? That is 0. Because initial and final position is same. Okay. तु क्या यवान चैटस मज पाने लागान कमेंट करने क्या अभी टाइम है वनी वथो तो नेरो दिम बह ब्रेक क्या वनी वथ तो बह नेर ओके यम नमाज पढ़ित चे लोगुत गोडनेथै जज करन ए नमाज पर्थे न तै वने टाइम वने 1 ते बजे न किहन यह ना प्रॉब्लम है बड़ प्रॉब्लम यह बड़ खमी अम मज नेरो ना नबर तोताम गस कहें इसलिए समझू सुधरियो इथे पे कमेंटा कर we'll take the break exactly at 12:45 okay or 12:50 we'll have the break of approximately 40 to 45 minutes okay and there are some people who come and comment randomly in the chats okay and disrespect and that's the reason why we get less number of selections chalo dekho yahan look at the board over here now see guys in this particular case okay in this particular case I would say this is the total average velocity and this is the average speed now my dear NEET aspirants take a look nature of acceleration from position time graph listen to me very carefully this is position versus time now guys see this is position versus time. If I say this is the position time graph, always remember, whenever you see a graph something like this between y versus x, and if this theta is 45, you always say, sir, equation of this will be y is equal to x. Okay. Sir, whenever we see the graph of something like this, always say its position equation will be y is equal to x squared. Directly remember it. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, this is x versus t. Can I say here position will be x is equal to t square in this particular case? Absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. Okay. Now, guys, if this is the position x is equal to t square, listen to me very carefully. Let's find velocity over here. Velocity is going to be dx divided by dt. dx by dt. And now, my dear friends, we said differentiation of this is going to give us velocity, that is 2t. Differentiation of this is going to give us the velocity, that is 2t. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, again, if you differentiate, you will get acceleration because acceleration is dv by dt. So, what is the differentiation of 2t? So, that will be 2. Can I say this is constant? Yes. So, I can say acceleration of this graph, this position time graph is constant. So, whenever you see this position time graph, something like this, in this case, acceleration will be constant. Sir, what about this one? What about this one? What about this one? This is x versus t. If you see a graph something like this, in this particular case, we say slope. We say slope is constant. Slope is constant. And what does slope of position time graph means? Velocity. Velocity is constant. And if velocity is constant, acceleration will be 0. If velocity is constant, so acceleration is going to be 0 in this particular case. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, one more important thing. Let's take a look over here. If I say at this point, if you want to find the slope, draw a tangent, this will be theta 1. Draw a tangent at this point, this will be theta 2. Draw a tangent at this point, this will be theta 3. Clearly, I can say theta 3 is greater than theta 2 is greater than theta 1. So, can I say slope at point 3 is greater than slope at point 2 is greater than slope at point 1. Okay, so I can say velocity at 3 is greater than velocity at 2 is greater than velocity at 1 because slope is increasing means velocity is increasing in case of position time graph. Okay, this one. So this is basically what is happening with the velocity. Okay, I hope you got this in this particular case. Okay. Now let's take a look over here. Velocity time graph. See guys, let's suppose you have a car over here. Okay. I say this car started from this particular point and it reached over here. So after t is equal to 1 seconds, velocity of the car is 1. After t is equal to 2 seconds, velocity of the car is 2. After t is equal to 3 seconds, velocity of the car is 3. Now, if I say plot this exact situation graphically, so you can plot the situation graphically, it will be when velocity is 1, time is 1. When time is 2, velocity is 2. When time is 3, velocity is 3. So we will be plotting it velocity time graph. Why, sir? Because velocity and time is given, obviously. Now let's find slope over here. Sir, slope in this particular case is tan theta. And tan theta is perpendicular by base. What you will be taking the perpendicular over here? That is delta v. What will be the base? That is delta t. Now delta v by delta t is acceleration. So can I say slope of velocity time graph gives us what? It gives us acceleration. Slope of velocity time graph gives us what? Acceleration. Okay. 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 Now, my dear NEET aspirants, okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say one more important point over here, what is that? That is area under velocity time graph. Let's suppose you have velocity versus time graph given, and it is a curve. Okay, this graph. If I say how much is the area covered under this graph, how much is this area? You say area is simply, guys, directly remember this. If the graph is between y versus x, okay. If I say you tell me how much is this area under the graph, always remember this area will be integration of whatever is on y-axis multiplied by, I would say, dx. Whatever is on y-axis multiplied by dx. How much will be the area over? Integration of whatever is on y-axis v and whatever is on x-axis then dt. Now tell me how many of you remember? Guys? We say as we know. What is that? Sir, displacement is integration of v dt. So can I say integration of v dt, area, displacement? You can simply say, sir, this area will be equals to displacement. Okay. So we say area under velocity time graph gives us what? It gives us displacement. Let's take a look at this. Find the distance and displacement covered by the body. Velocity versus time graph is given. You have to tell me how much is the distance and displacement. That will be this area plus this area. So if you have to find the distance, you'll be finding the area. So that will be this area A1 plus, I would say, A2. This area plus this area. Now, how can I write this? 1 by 2 base. Let's find the area of this. Because area of velocity time graph gives us displacement. So 1 by 2 base is 2. And how much is this height, altitude? That is 10. Then plus this area, 1 by 2 base. 4 minus 2 is 2. This base is 2. Altitude, that is 10. Height is 10. Okay, this. So 10 plus 10 is 20. But when I say displacement, guys, this question is important. Displacement, you say, displacement can be positive, displacement can be negative. Displacement can be positive, displacement can be negative. Okay, but distance is always positive. That's the reason I am adding when it comes to the distance, upper area plus lower area. But when you find displacement, you say upper area minus lower area. Please do remember it. Upper area minus lower area. So upper area is 10, lower area is 10. Okay, so 10 minus 10 is 0. I hope this is crystal and clear. In case of distance, you will be adding. In case of displacement, you will be subtracting. Upper minus lower. This question, important. Okay. Find the distance covered from 0 to 2 seconds. Find the distance covered from 0 to 2 seconds. This is velocity versus time graph. This is velocity versus time graph. This is velocity versus time graph. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, what I'm trying to say over here is, that is, find the displacement covered from 0 to 2 seconds. So in velocity time graph, you have to find the displacement from 0 to 2 seconds. We say displacement from 0 to 2. That will be simply area. And how much is the area? 1 by 2 base. This area. Base is 2 and height is 4. This and this will cancel, so it will be 4 meters is the displacement. Okay, because we measure displacement in meters, okay? Because we are finding displacement from 0 to 2 seconds. And find the average acceleration from 0 to 2 seconds, okay? Now guys, acceleration from 0 to 2 seconds. If you have to find acceleration from velocity time graph, you'll be finding slope. Slope means tan theta. Tan theta means, since theta is not given, but perpendicular divided by base. Perpendicular is delta V, base is delta T. Now guys, delta V means final velocity minus initial velocity upon final time minus initial time. Now guys, take a look in this case. What is the final velocity? At t is equal to 2 seconds, what is the final velocity? 4. Minus. At t is equal to 0, what is the velocity? 0. Upon. Okay. 2 minus 0. So 4 by 2 is 2 meter per second square. Let's talk about the acceleration from 2 to 3 seconds. Acceleration from 2 to 3 seconds. Again, I have to find the slope. Slope will be tan theta. Tan theta is not given, but we know perpendicular divided by base. That will be final velocity minus initial velocity. Guys, see. From 2 to 3, at t is equal to 3 seconds, what is the velocity? 0. Minus. At t is equal to 2 seconds, what is the velocity? 4. Divided by. Final time minus initial time. Final time is 3, initial time is 2. So minus 4 divided by 1. So that is minus 4 meter per second square. Guys, tell me in the chats if this is clear. Oh, I need the signal. Oh, I need the signal from every single student. Is this clear? And smash the like button if you have not liked this session yet. Oh, I need the signal. Please, be quick. Okay, that's great. Boys and girls. Find the average acceleration from 0 to 8 seconds. From 0 to 8 seconds, you have to find average acceleration. And this is velocity time graph. When you have to find the acceleration from 0 to 8 seconds, you'll be finding slope. And slope means tan theta. But theta in this case is not given, so we will be saying perpendicular divided by base. Arrays. Final velocity minus initial velocity upon final time minus initial time. So guys, see. At t is equal to 8 seconds, what is the velocity? 20. Minus. At t is equal to 0 seconds, what is the velocity? 20. Oh, because graph starts from here. At t is equal to 0, what is the velocity? 20. At t is equal to 8, what is the velocity? 20. So 20 minus 20 upon 8 minus 0. So it will be 0. Average from 0 to 8 is 0. Okay. And at t is equal to 5 seconds. Yes. Now at t is equal to 5 seconds. See guys, at t is equal to 5 seconds. Do you believe that? See, listen carefully. Do you believe that in case of a straight line, slope is same? Yes. So in case of velocity time graph, slope means acceleration. Yes. So if slope is same from 4 to 8, even whatever is the slope between 4 to 8, same will be the slope at 5, same will be the slope at 7, same will be the slope at some other point between 4 to 8. So my dear NEET aspirants, can I say if slope is same means acceleration at every point will be same? So instead of 5, I would say, guys, acceleration at 5 will be acceleration from 4 to 8 seconds. It's one and the same thing. Why? Because slope is constant. If they ask you to find at a point, you find between this point and this point. Why? Because whatever is between this point and this point, that will be at this point, because slope is constant. Amazing, sir. Now tell me, this will be final velocity minus initial velocity upon final time minus initial time. What is final velocity over here? Final velocity at t is equal to 8 seconds is 20 minus initial velocity at t is equal to 0. Sorry, at t is equal to 4. That is 0 upon final time is 8, initial time is 4. 8 minus 4. So that is 20 divided by 4. It is 5 meter per second square. Now guys, what I'm trying to say is that this is the acceleration between 4 and 8. Even this will be the acceleration exactly at 5. Even this is the acceleration from 4 to 7. Even this is the acceleration from 4 to 6. Array, sir, amazing. Tell me, did you understood this particular point in this particular question? Now you have acceleration versus time graph. Acceleration versus time graph. See guys, there is a car. This car is moving with an acceleration 1 meter per second square. The car acceleration of the car is 1. Here acceleration of the car is 2. Here acceleration of the car is 3. After t is equal to 1 seconds, after t is equal to 2 seconds, after t is equal to 3 seconds. So after 1 second acceleration is 1. After 2 second acceleration is 2. After 3 second acceleration is 3. Now I'm saying plot the situation graphically. Sir, we can plot its acceleration time graph. Why? Because acceleration in time is given, and that will be the straight line. And that will be the straight line. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say, what is the slope in this particular case? Its slope will be simply tan theta, and its slope will be simply, that is delta A divided by delta T, which is not in our syllabus. In our syllabus. In our syllabus. Okay. Even it is not in the JE syllabus, even main syllabus, even advanced syllabus. So you will never be asked to find the slope of acceleration time graph. But area under acceleration time graph will be there. Now see, we say, if I say area under acceleration time graph, what will you say? Integration of whatever is on x-axis, y-axis A, and whatever is on x-axis dt. This will be the area. Now tell me, as you might have studied, delta V will be integration of A dt. Now compare first and second. So can I say area of acceleration time graph gives us change in velocity? Absolutely, sir. Area of acceleration time graph gives us change in velocity. Area of acceleration time graph gives us change in velocity. What is slope of acceleration time graph? Nothing. Leave that. That is not in our syllabus. Now guys, see, the initial velocity V0 is given as minus 10 meter per second. Okay. In the given graph. Then the velocity at t is equal to 4 seconds is, guys, see, acceleration versus time graph is given. And velocity here, this is acceleration initially, this is acceleration finally. You have to find final velocity at t is equal to 4 seconds. Guys, see, acceleration time graph is given and velocity is, you guys are supposed to find out. If acceleration time graph is given and they ask you to find the velocity or change in velocity, you will be finding what? Area. You'll be finding what? Area. Now guys, see, when I say in this particular case, you find area, area will be change in velocity. Now guys, tell me, what is the area under this graph? Area will be 1 divided by 2, base is 4, and altitude is, that is 10. So 2 ones are, 2 twos are 4. So delta V came out to be 2 into 10 is 20. Now delta V is what? Final velocity minus initial velocity is equal to 20. Now how much is initial velocity? Minus 10. So V final, okay, even take it over here. So this will be minus and this is minus 10 is equal to 20. Now minus into minus is plus. Plus 10 if you take it over here. So final velocity will be, that is 20 Plus 10, if you take over here, it will become minus 10, minus 10. So final velocity in this case came out to be 10 meter per second. Guys, please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. So what I just said, in case of acceleration versus time graph, this is the acceleration of an object after t is equal to 1 seconds, acceleration is 1. After t is equal to 2 seconds, acceleration is 2. I'm saying plot this situation graphically. So you'll be making its acceleration time graph. Okay. Then if I say what does its slope mean? Nothing, not in our syllabus. But if acceleration time graph is given, you find area under this graph. So area under this graph will be change in velocity. Change in velocity. So if the question is given here, acceleration versus time graph is given, you have to find velocity. Means you have to find change in velocity, then only you can get velocity. So you'll be finding area. Guys, tell me, is this clear? We are done with kinematics 1D. We are done with kinematics 1D. Next. Kinematics 2D. Okay. After the break. Okay. I'll be just writing over here break. It is 1 o'clock right now. Break till 1:50. Okay, this will be the long break. After this, we'll take 3 more hours, then we'll take the break. So this is the long break, 50 minutes break. Take this break, okay? Projectile motion. We'll be studying projectile motion plus relative motion. After the break. Okay. Okay, guys. See you all after the break. Let the people join. Let the people come, and we're starting the session. Let everybody join. Okay. Now guys, let's start Kinematics 2D, and we'll be starting with the projectile motion. And first case will be from ground to ground projectile. See guys, what does ground to ground projectile actually mean? Projectile motion means it is a two-dimensional motion. Like let's suppose you have an object. You are throwing this object in air. It follows this particular path. This is called projectile motion. Let's suppose you are throwing an object something like this. Okay. An object follows this particular path. It is thrown with a velocity u at an angle theta. This is called projectile motion. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, we say, since the particle basically reaches, let's suppose here, we say it is moving in x direction as well as in y direction. What is that? It is moving forward as well as it is going up. So if the particle moves in x as well as in y, this is called two-dimensional motion. Like if I say an object is moving in a straight line, this is one-dimensional motion. If an object is released from certain height, if it falls, this is also one dimension. Now see, the object moves forward as well as it goes up. This is two dimension. So projectile motion is a two-dimensional motion. Okay. Now guys, see, since it is a two-dimensional motion, object moves along x as well as y. Object moves forward as well as it goes up. That's what we say. Object moves along x as well as y. Okay. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. First and the foremost thing in this particular case, I'm saying you have launched an object with certain velocity u at an angle theta with the horizontal. Okay. With velocity u at an angle theta. Now, guys, see, since it is a two-dimensional motion, we will understand its horizontal motion separately. We will understand its vertical motion separately. What does that mean? Listen to me very carefully. If I say you are launching it with a velocity u at an angle theta, always remember a vector can have two components. This component is going to be u cos theta and this will be ux. This is initial velocity of the projectile. So this is the x component of initial velocity, horizontal component. And this is what we call y component, that is u sin theta. Guys, always remember, if this is theta, so we say cos will be basically on from that side from which you have got theta. If angle is made with this axis, then you will be considering this as cos and another one is sin. Now, if I say in this particular case, what is the initial velocity in x direction? You say, sir, that is cos theta. That's what we say. We'll see what are the things which are present in the x direction over here. What are the quantities which are present in the x direction? Initial velocity. What is the initial velocity in y direction? That is u sine of theta. Absolutely, sir. Okay. What is the force acting on this body in x direction? No force. In x direction, there is no force acting on this body while it were following this particular path. We say force in x direction is 0. Sir, what is the force acting on this body in y direction? Always remember, if there is an object, we say in the downward direction, it will have, that is mg. Mg is always acting towards the surface, towards the center of the earth. So I would say this is mg. So what is the acceleration of this object in x direction? The acceleration in force in x divided by mass. Force in x is 0, so acceleration in x is 0. If I say what is the acceleration of this body in y direction? So acceleration will be, that is force divided by mass. So force in y is mg and mass is m. M and m will be cancelled, so it is g. And we always consider it minus g. From now onwards, you remember this. Why? Because, my dear NEET aspirants, we say gravity is always downward. So we say this G will be also downward. So we always consider it negative. We always consider it negative. Okay, we always consider it negative. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, further we say, let's suppose, after some time the object reaches here at this point. Sir, is it the topmost point, this one? No, this is general after time t. Here, let's suppose it has velocity v. Initially, it has velocity u. Here, it has velocity v. Now, this velocity will have x component, that is vx. It has y component, that is vy. And here, it is making an angle of alpha with the horizontal. Let's find this vx and vy, final velocity in x direction. So, what I'll write over here, I'll use this formula, v is equal to u plus at. Because this you can use in order to find the final velocity. Sir, you have to find final velocity in x. So use this in x direction only, ux, ax. Since acceleration in x direction is 0, so this term will be 0. So final velocity in x direction will be simply, that is initial velocity in x direction. Initial velocity in x direction is how much? That is u cos theta. Oh, sir, can I say that horizontal velocity remains constant throughout the motion? Yes. Yes, so horizontal velocity, whatever is initially, same is finally. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say final velocity in y direction, vy is equal to uy plus a into t. Since you are using this in y direction, you have to find y component of the velocity. So you'll be writing over here, vy is equal to initial velocity in y direction is u sine of theta. And acceleration, I told you, always consider minus g into t. Sir, even if the body is going up, yes. Even if the body is going down, yes. In all the cases, consider minus g. Then, my dear friends, this is the final velocity in x. This is the final velocity in y. Okay. Now. Let's suppose one more important thing I just want to say. After some time, when the object reaches here, can I say this will be the displacement in x and this will be the displacement in y? How far it has moved in x, how high it has gone in y. So you can find this displacement in x direction as Sx is equal to ut plus 1 by 2 at square by using this formula. But apply this in x, apply this in x. Since this acceleration in x is 0, so Sx will be x. Initial velocity in x direction will be how much? That is u cos theta into, I would say, t. This is the displacement in x direction. If I say what is the displacement in y direction, use the same formula. S is equal to ut plus 1 by 2 at square. But since you have to find displacement in y, use this in y. Displacement in y means how high it has gone, this vertical displacement. So you'll be saying, sir, this is y. Initial velocity in y is u sine theta. Okay. Then we say minus, why minus? Because ay is minus g. 1 divided by 2 gt square. So this is the displacement in y, this is the displacement in x. Done and dusted. Done and dusted. Let's move on to this one now. See, guys. Velocity at any point. Listen carefully. If I say, sir, after time t, this is the velocity v of the projectile. Since we got its x component, we got its y component. X component is u cos theta, y component is this u sine theta minus gt. So can I say this velocity, it will have vx into I cap plus vy into j cap? Absolutely, sir. If you have a projectile, you know its x component, you know, if you have a velocity, you know its x component, y component, you can find the original velocity. So you can write this velocity as, that is u cos of theta into I cap, then plus u sine of theta minus gt, this is y component, into, I would say, j cap. This is velocity at any point you can use this formula to find. Now, if I say what is the magnitude of velocity, you will say under root of, that is u cos of theta. Guys, how to find the magnitude? Whatever is the I cap's coefficient, it's square, plus I would say u sine of theta minus, I would say, gt, its whole square. I believe this is crystal clear. Okay. And it is mentioned over here. It is mentioned over here only. This one. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, can you find the value of this tan alpha also? Tan alpha. Tan alpha means this angle, which velocity is making with the horizontal after some time. How do you find tan alpha? That is perpendicular by base. So perpendicular is how much? That is Vy. Base is how much? That is Vx. So you'll be simply remembering tan alpha is Vy is u sine of theta minus gt, and base is that is u cos of theta. Array sir, done. Next, time of flight. Sir, what does time of flight mean? Let's suppose you are launching a flight over here. You are launching a projectile over here from this point to this point with velocity u at an angle theta. If I say, in this particular case, how much time it is going to take from here to here? Okay, how much time it is going to take from here to here? Time of flight. So this time of flight is 2 u sine of theta. Theta is the angle of projection. U is the initial velocity divided by g. This is the time taken by the projectile from initial point to final point. If I say how much is the upward time till it reaches the maximum height, so time upward is simply u sine of theta divided by g. When I say downward time, you'll be simply saying that is u sine of theta divided by g. So total is u sine theta plus u sine theta will be 2 u sine theta divided by g. Now guys, speed at the highest point. Listen carefully. This is the highest point, maximum highest point. At highest point, this is the y component of the velocity. This is the x component of the velocity. Always remember, this is the how you can find the x component of the velocity after time t, after any time. This is the y component of the velocity after time t. Now take a look. Can I say, sir, Vx is equal to u cos of theta? It remains constant throughout the projectile motion. It does not change. It is constant. And when I say Vy, vertical component at topmost point, listen to me very carefully. At topmost point, this is the vertical component Vy. Sir, Vx remains constant. That is u cos theta only. Sir, what is the value of Vy? That is u sine of theta minus gt. Now the question over here is, how much time an object takes from here to here? That is time upward. And how much is upward time? U sine theta by g. So we'll be mentioning this over here. Vy is equal to u sine of theta minus g. Instead of time, it will be u sine of theta divided by g. Now, don't you think this and this will cancel? U sine theta and u sine theta will cancel, so it will come out to be 0. So at topmost point, vertical component of the velocity is 0. And it is obvious. My dear NEET aspirants, if vertical component of the velocity becomes 0, then only it can fall back, na? Then only it can come down, na? Otherwise, see. Horizontal component of the velocity takes the object forward. Vertical component of the velocity takes the object upward. So at topmost point, if that is the maximum height, it cannot further go up. It has to come down. So means that component has to be 0. That's why we are getting 0. So always remember, at topmost point, vertical component becomes 0. Okay. What else do you have? Okay, maximum height. What does maximum height mean? If you are throwing a projectile, how high it can go, that is what we call maximum height. Okay. Let's suppose you are throwing at velocity u at an angle theta. And how far it can go, that is what we call range. Horizontal range, how far it can go. So you can simply say, sir, this maximum height in this particular case, it is going to be, that is u square sine square of theta divided by 2g. This is the maximum height. Okay, u square sine square theta divided by 2g. Now, one more important thing I just want to say. See, since you said ux is u cos theta, uy is u sine theta. Ux is u cos theta and uy is u sine theta. So can you not say in this particular case, this you can also write it like this. T is equal to 2 u sine theta means vertical component uy divided by g. Yes, we can write it like this. So this is uy by g. This is also uy by g. So how can you write this maximum height? H max you can write simply. That is u square sine square theta means uy square divided by 2g. Yes, we can write it like this. When it comes to the range, how far it can go, directly remember, sir, range is Range is, okay, range is, my dear NEET aspirants, that is 2 u cos of theta, u sine of theta divided by g. U is the initial velocity with which you are launching. Theta is the angle of projection. Can you write this? Guys, can you write this like this? Range is equal to 2. U cos theta means ux. U sine theta means uy divided by, I would say, g. Keep this in a box. One more important equation I just want to derive over here. Guys, take a look from this formula only. U into u becomes u square. That is u square. Now see, 2 cos theta sine theta, it is sine of 2 theta. U into u becomes u square. Then 2 cos theta sine theta is sine of 2 theta divided by g. This is also the formula of range. This is also the formula of range. Let's take a look at this question. This was the question asked in JEE 2014. Now guys, take a look. An object is projected with a velocity. Listen to me very carefully. Listen to me very carefully. An object is projected with a velocity u is equal to, I would say, alpha I cap plus beta j cap. An object is projected with a velocity u is equal to alpha I cap plus beta j cap. Okay, at an angle theta. In this particular case, you have to find height, time of flight, a range. Listen carefully. When I say maximum height, that is uy square divided by 2g. Guys, since this is the initial velocity, can I say this is the x component of the velocity, this is y component of the velocity? So ux is basically alpha and uy is basically beta. We know that x component is with I cap, y component is with j cap. Now tell me how much is going to be the maximum height, uy square, that is beta square divided by 2g. Done. When it comes to the time of flight, that is 2u sine theta or 2uy divided by g. 2uy, uy is how much? That is beta divided by g. When it comes to the range, a range is 2ux uy divided by g. So I'll be simply saying range is 2. What is the value of ux? Alpha. Alpha. Uy is beta divided by, I would say, g. Even you can find the angle of projection also. Also find theta. Angle of projection. Guys, see, if this is u, this component will be ux and this component will be uy. Now tell me what is the value of tan theta. Tan theta will be simply perpendicular by base, that is uy divided by ux. So you'll be simply writing tan of theta is equal to, what is the value of uy, guys? That is beta and this is alpha. Tell me guys if this is crystalline clear. NEET 2023. Is this clear? Is this clear? Oh, smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet. NEET 2023. A ball is projected from a point with a velocity of 20 meters per second. You have launched a ball with a velocity of 20 meters per second. So initial velocity is given as 20 at an angle of 60 degrees, at an angle of 60 degrees with the horizontal direction. At highest point, the velocity will be, oh guys, tell me one thing. Oh, at highest point, you say Vx, that is equal to u cos theta. And what is the value of Vy at highest point? That is 0. Recently, I told you, horizontal component remains constant. And at topmost point, vertical velocity is 0. Speed at the highest point. Speed at the highest point. This is Vx and Vy remains 0. Already we have proved Vx and this is Vy. So my dear NEET aspirants, at topmost point you have only horizontal component. So that will be u cos theta. U is given as 20 and cos of, I would say, 60. So this will be 20. Cos 60 is 1 by 2. This and this will cancel. So it is 10 meters per second. Array, sir. Amazing. 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 NEET 2023. A bullet is fired from a gun with a speed of 280 meters per second. Okay. A bullet is fired from a gun with a speed of 280 meter per second. So U is given as 280 meter per second. Okay. At an angle of 30 degree with the horizontal, at an angle of 30 degree above the horizontal, the maximum height attained by the bullet is H max. What will you say? U square sine square of theta divided by 2g. So you'll be simply saying U square, that is 280 square, okay, into sine square of, I would say 30, sine 30 is 1 by 2 whole square, divided by 2, g in this particular case is 10. Solve this, it will approximately come out to be like 980, I guess, 1000 meters approximately. Next. Okay, a projectile is projected. This is a good JEE 2023. A projectile is projected at 30 degree from the horizontal with the initial velocity. Guys, take a look. A projectile is projected at an angle of 30 degree, okay, with 40 meter per second. Value of U is 40 meter per second with the horizontal. The velocity of the projectile after t is equal to 2 seconds is one-liner question, because we have smashed every single concept initially. Speed after time t, velocity at any point after time t, this or this is the magnitude, this is the. Now tell me, use this velocity simply over here, you will get the value of the velocity. Velocity after time t. So you'll be simply saying V is equal to U sine of theta into I cap plus, or if you find its magnitude directly, so V will be under root of, I would say U cos of theta. U cos of theta, and theta is 30. Okay, let me write U cos of theta, its whole square, plus U sine of theta minus GT, its whole square. Now tell me, my dear NEET aspirants, it says after t is equal to 2 seconds, t is 2. So V is equal to under root of, U is given as 40 and cos of 30. So cos of 30, because angle is 30 na, its whole square, plus U is given as 40, and then we say sine of 30, angle is how much given as 30. Then minus G is 10 and time in this case is 2, its whole square. So V will be under root of, this is 40, cos 30 is root 3 by 2. This is 40, cos 30 is a root 3 divided by 2. So 2 ones are 2, 10s are. 2 ones are 2, 10s are. Okay. Guys, cos 30 is root 3 by 2. So 2 ones are 2, 20s are. So this will be 20 root 3, its whole square. Okay. Then we say plus, this is 40 sine 30. Sine 30 is 1 by 2. So 40 divided by 2 is 20. Minus, this is 20. Whole square. 20 minus 20, this term will become 0. So velocity will come out to be, guys, that is under root of 20 root 3 whole square. This square and root will cancel. So answer is 20 root 3. Array, sir. Velocity after 2 seconds, 20 root 3. Okay. Is that clear? Oh, tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Give me the signal in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Come on. Quick. Quick. Give me the signal in the chats. Okay. This I am keeping you as homework. This is the question of JEE 2024. Simple. Normal logic you need to apply and you can find the answer. Let's move on to this one. Important. A relation between horizontal range and maximum height. Guys, see, what is the relation between horizontal range and maximum height? Directly remember. Maximum height is equal to r tan of theta divided by 4. I'll not be deriving this. This is the relation between horizontal range and maximum height. This is the relation between horizontal range and maximum height, where h is maximum height. Okay, this r is a range and this theta is angle of projection. Sir, is there any equation between r and h? Yes, this is the equation between r and h. Angle of projection is that angle at which we are projecting the projectile. Let's take a look at this question, JEE 2024. The angle of projection for a projectile to have same horizontal range and maximum height. See guys, it says you are launching a projectile and this projectile has the maximum height equal to the horizontal range. Height and range in this case will be same. So in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, you are supposed to find the angle of projection, that is theta. The angle of projection for a projectile to have same horizontal range and maximum height. Now guys, if theta you guys are supposed to find out, h and r is given, is there any relation? Sir, h r theta, this one. So you can simply say h is equal to r tan of theta divided by 4. Now this is h is equal to, instead of r you will be writing what? H. Then you can say tan of theta divided by 4. This and this will cancel, take it over there. So tan of theta will come out to be equal to 4. So theta in this case will be tan inverse of 4. This one. Okay. Let's take a look at this question. The horizontal range of a projectile is 4 root 3 times its maximum height. It says horizontal range of a projectile is given as 4 root 3 times its maximum height. Then the angle of projection is, we are supposed to find the value of theta. Angle of projection is, guys, we say, as we know, what do we know? H is equal to r, then we say tan of theta divided by 4. Now, this h as it is equal to, instead of r, we can write 4 root 3 h, then we say tan of theta, then we say divided by 4. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, h and h will be cancelled. 4 and 4 will be cancelled. Now, take it over there. So, tan of theta came out to be 1 divided by root 3. When is the value of tan theta as 1 by root 3? Tan 30. So, we'll be writing over here tan of theta is equal to 1 by root 3. Instead of this, you can write tan of 30 because tan 30 is 1 by root 3. Tan will cancel. So, theta will come out to be 30 degrees. So, theta came out to be 30 in this case. Oh, is this clear? Oh, is this clear? Now, one more important point over here, angle of elevation. Angle of elevation. Okay. See, what does angle of elevation actually mean? See, my dear NEET aspirants, let's suppose you are launching a projectile. Okay. Let's suppose you are launching a projectile. Okay. Now, when the projectile reaches highest point, and this is the point of projection from which you are launching. So you join this and this with some line. Now, this angle which this line is making with the horizontal, this is called angle of elevation. Alpha is the angle of elevation. Now, guys, this is the maximum height h, and from here to here it is range r. Can I say this is half of the range, that is r divided by 2. And this angle is what? This angle is theta, angle of projection. So when you join the max highest point with the point of projection, it gives you the angle of elevation. Now, can you tell me what is the angle of elevation over here? Sir, tan of alpha. From this triangle you see, tan of alpha is perpendicular divided by base. You can simply say it is perpendicular is h, base is r divided by 2. Take this in the numerator. So tan of alpha is equal to 2h divided by r. Yes, sir. Now, one more important relation. In JEE, the question was asked in this. One more important relation we can put over here. We say as h is equal to r tan of theta divided by 2. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, can I say tan of alpha in this case will be 2 divided by r? Instead of h, what you can put r tan of theta divided by 2. R and R, 2 and 2 will be cancelled. So I can say tan of alpha, oh, h is equal to r tan theta by 4. This is 4, so it remains 2 over here. So what I can write in this particular case, tan of alpha will come out to be this tan of theta divided by 2. So this is the angle of projection in terms of tan theta. 4. Okay, I'll repeat it here. See? So tan alpha is equal to this. Now we say h is equal to r tan of theta divided by 4. Now put it in this equation. So you can say tan of alpha will come out to be 2 divided by r. Instead of h, what you can write? R tan of theta divided by 4. So what you can cancel over here? R and R. 2 1s are 2 2s are 4. So we can say tan of alpha will come out to be tan of theta divided by 2. So this is angle of elevation in terms of theta. Let's suppose in JEE question was asked if theta is given as 45, angle of projection is 45. Find alpha. Find alpha. What you will say? Sir, tan of alpha will come out to be tan of 45 divided by 2. Because tan of theta by 2. Tan 45 is 1. So you can write tan of alpha will come out to be 1 by 2. I need the signal in the chats if this is crystalline clear. I need the signal in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Everybody guys, quick. Quick. I need the signal in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Okay. Okay. Now guys, take a look. Understand this very carefully. Let's suppose a particle is moving something like this. Y is equal to x. Understand this very carefully. I'll give you the feel of equation of trajectory. Let's suppose if a particle is moving something like this. What does it mean? If x is 1, what is the value of 1? Y, 1. If x is 2, what is the value of y? 2. If x is 3, what is the value of y? 3. Because you'll be putting 3 here, you'll be putting 3 here. If you make the graph between y versus x in this particular case, sir, the particle is moving something like this. When x is 1, y is 1. When x is 2, y is 2. When x is 3, y is 3. Okay. Simply. Now, if I say the particle is moving something like this. Sir, this is the projectile motion. Yes. Sir, equation of this line, if the particle is moving something like this, its equation is this. What will be the equation of this? Equation of this will be, I would say, x tan of theta. Will not be deriving it. I'll be directly writing 1 minus x divided by r. Where r is what we call range, y is y, and x is x. And theta is the angle of projection in this particular case. Particularly, I can say, if particle is moving something like this, okay, then in this particular case, what is the relation between y and x? Y is equal to x tan theta minus 1 by 2 gx square upon u square cos square theta. It is exactly like this, my dear NEET aspirants. If an object is moving something like this, in that particular case, my dear NEET aspirants, this will be the equation. And if an object is moving in a Projectile motion, its equation is going to be this. This will be the equation. And further, when you solve this, it will come out to be equal to this. In this particular case, we say theta is angle of projection. Angle of projection. And this R is what we call range. How far it can go. Okay. So it is the relation between, this is called equation of trajectory. With what equation it is exactly moving. So it is the relation between y and x. It tells us the path of a projectile. With what is the path actually followed by the projectile. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, take a look. Take a look. Now, listen to me very carefully, guys. Listen to me very carefully. The equation of a projectile is given as y is equal to root 3x minus gx square. See. A projectile is basically moving something like this. And its equation is given. This is the equation of this projectile, let's suppose. We are supposed to find what is the angle of projection, at what angle this projectile is launched. Equation of trajectory is given. See, how do we solve this question? See, we say y is equal to a root 3x minus gx square divided by 2. Listen to me very carefully how we are going to solve this question. You take a look at this equation. Try to make that equation according to this equation, like this. See, what I'll do in this particular case is, guys, remember this trick. Whatever is the coefficient of this x over here, multiply it over here. Multiply with root 3 and divide with root 3. Again, it will be cancelled. Whatever is it. Sir, if it was 20 over here, you will have to multiply with 20. Yes, 20 by 20. Sir, why are we doing this? We'll get to understand. Wait 2 minutes. So you'll say, sir, y is equal to, from this term, you can take a root 3x common. From this term also root 3x. So root 3x you can take common. So it will be 1 minus. If you can take a root 3x common here, what will remain? G into x. See, root 3x into gx becomes root 3x square into g. Divided by, in the denominator, you have 2 root 3. Now, if I ask you, my dear friends, you compare now it with, compare with y is equal to x tan of theta 1 minus x divided by r, which is the equation of trajectory. Now it looks like the equation of trajectory. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, I multiplied this root 3 and divide with root 3 only so that I can take this common. It behaves like this. Now see, y, x, root 3 tan theta, 1, x, and r, you have 2 root 3 divided by g, because this g you can take in the denominator also. So can I say, sure, when you compare this with this, what can you write in this particular case? What is the value of tan theta? That is root 3. When is the value of tan theta as root 3? When theta is equal to 60 degrees. Oh, sir. Even you can say r also. What is the range in this particular case? Guys, here r, here you have 2 under root 3. And in the numerator you have g, you say divided by g over here. And value of g is how much? 10. Value of g in this particular case is 10. Okay. So we use this particular equation because it helps us to solve the questions in a very less amount of time. That's why I'm showing you this equation directly over here. Like one more question on this one. See. The equation of a projectile, equation of trajectory of a projectile is this: 16x minus x square by 4. Find its horizontal range. We are supposed to find its range. See, y is equal to 16x minus x square divided by 4. Now, in this particular case, what will you do? You multiply with 16 and you divide with 16. Now, in this particular case, what you can do, take the 16 common. Sir, 16x I can take common. So it will be 1 minus x divided by 4. Now you compare with This y, this y. So this is, sorry, you compare with x tan of theta, 1 minus x divided by r. Now, clearly in this particular case, x tan theta here is 16 and r here is 4. So r, it is, wait. It is 4 into 16 because in the denominator it is 16. Na? Yes, 4 into 16. So you can clearly say now this r will come out to be, that is 4 into 16, that is 64. This is the range. Now guys, tell me in this case, is this clear? Is this clear? Is this clear? Oh, tell me. Tell me. Quick. Smash the like button if you have not liked the session yet, okay? Horizontal projectile. Horizontal projectile. Oh, give me the signal in the chat, so. Is this clear with the fire emojis? With the fire emojis, everybody out there. That's great. Take a look. Horizontal projectile. What does horizontal projectile actually mean? See, let's suppose you have a tower over here. Let's suppose you have a tower over here. Okay. You are standing on the top of the tower. You are throwing this ball horizontally. Something like this. What do you think? Will it go straight or it will fall down? Sir, obviously it will fall down. It will follow this particular path. Why is it following this particular path? Because sir, mg is attracting it in the downward direction. So this is what we call horizontal projectile. That's it. That's it. Horizontal projectile. Projectile launched from certain height. That is what we call horizontal projectile. Now guys, this is the projectile which you are launching from certain height. Okay. This is the projectile which you are launching from certain height. Okay. Yes. Now, in this particular case, you are giving it with the initial velocity u. And this velocity is completely in horizontal direction. So, this projectile is going to follow this particular path. Yes. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if I say in this particular case, when a projectile is launched from certain height, it is called horizontal projectile. It is called horizontal projectile. Now, we say in this particular case, while the object was moving something like this, we say it was moving in X as well as it was moving in Y. It is going forward also, it is going downward also. X direction motion as well as Y direction motion. So, it is a two-dimensional motion. And we have studied two-dimensional motion we can break. Horizontal, vertical motion we'll study separately. Now, guys, take a look. If I say what is the initial velocity in x direction, that is u. Initially, the velocity is completely in x. And what is the initial velocity in y direction? That is 0. Guys, if the vector is like this, its vertical component is 0. If the vector is like this, its horizontal component will be 0 because it is purely in x and y. So initially, it is in horizontal direction. If I say, is there any force acting on this object in the x direction? No, 0. In projectile motion, we always say horizontal force is 0. If I say, is there any force acting on this object in y direction? No, it is 0. Oh, sorry, it is mg. It is mg. If I say acceleration in x direction, the acceleration is force divided by mass. Force is 0, so acceleration is 0. If I say acceleration in y direction, so it is force in y divided by mass. What is force in y? That is mg divided by mass is m. This and this will cancel, so it will come out to be g. Okay. Now let's suppose after time t, object reaches here. Here it has velocity, I would say v. Now this velocity will have horizontal component, that is Vx, and it will have vertical component, that is Vy. And this angle over here is alpha, horizontal. Now if I say, what is the velocity after time t in the horizontal direction, horizontal component? You will say, sir, v is equal to u plus at. But we have to find the final velocity in x. So initial velocity in x, acceleration in x. What is the acceleration x? 0. So final velocity in x is equal to initial velocity in x. And how much is initial velocity in x? That is u. So horizontal velocity will be always minus g. Take it minus g. Okay. So horizontal velocity will be always u. And if I say it will be always same. If I say vertical velocity v is equal to u plus at. Let's find y component of the velocity after time t. So we'll be putting y over here, y over here, y over here. This, in this case, initial velocity is 0 in y. So final velocity in y will be, acceleration in y is minus g, and this is t. This is final velocity in y, this is final velocity in x. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, even you can find the value of this alpha also. You can say, sir, tan alpha. Guys, if this angle, this is the angle made by the velocity with the horizontal. So this tan alpha is, guys, this will be perpendicular. And if the angle is made with this Vx, so this will be considered as base. So tan alpha is perpendicular by base. That is Vy divided by Vx. So you can say, sir, tan of alpha is, what is the value of Vy? Sorry, Vy, GT. So this will be GT divided by U if you are finding the angle, if you are finding the magnitude. Okay. I hope this is crystal and clear. I hope this is crystal and clear. I hope this is crystal and clear. Time of flight. Time of flight. See, guys. Time of flight. Let's suppose you are launching an object from this particular point with velocity u. How much time it is going to take in completing this journey from top to bottom? So this time will come out to be under root of 2h divided by g. Keep this thing in your mind. It does not depend upon the initial velocity. This time does not depend upon the initial velocity. H is what we call the height of the tower. Okay. Range of a horizontal projectile. What does a range of a horizontal projectile mean? Guys, if you are throwing a horizontal projectile with velocity u, how far it can go in the x direction, this is what we call range. Okay. So means from bottom of this tower till this point, this is what we call the range. And directly remember, my dear NEET aspirants, this range is u into t. T is under root of 2h divided by g. This is horizontal distance. This is velocity into time, Distance is velocity into time. Time is 2h by g under root. This is u and this is r. Okay. Here I will mention angle we have already calculated. Velocity. Guys, let's suppose the object is launched with velocity u. After some time t, it reached here. Here it has velocity v that I told you recently. It will have x component vx. It will have y component vy. Could you please tell me what is the value of vx? This is velocity after time t. After time t. What is the value of vx? That is u. What is the value of vy? That is minus gt. Now, in this particular case, can I just write over here, guys, velocity v will be, that is vx into I cap, then plus vy into j cap. Please tell me in the chats if this is clear. If you know horizontal component, if you know vertical component, you can find the original velocity vector. So this velocity is going to be, this is vx. Instead of vx, you can write ui cap. Then minus, why minus? Because vy is minus gt and j cap. And it is obvious, this velocity is in the downward direction. So in the downward direction, we consider minus j. Upward is plus j. Downward is minus j. Even you can find the magnitude of this velocity also. under root of, that is u square, plus minus gt whole square, that becomes gt square. Why? Because minus square is also plus. Minus square is also plus. And this alpha we already calculated, tan alpha. Okay. Okay, tell me one thing in this case only. When the object reaches the ground, when it hits the ground, something like this will have the horizontal component Vx, this will be having the vertical component Vy, and this is V. This is what we call velocity of hit. Velocity of hit. When it hits the ground. Let's find velocity of hit. Guys, how much time it is taking from here to here? First of all, tell me, guys, when it hits the ground, when it hits the ground, we say horizontal velocity remains constant, no change in this one. So Vx will be u only here. And when it comes to the vertical velocity, Vy, you say Vy is minus gt. So this is minus gt, right magnitude only, g into t. So you will be, sir, g into t. How much time this object takes from here to here? Sir, that is simply, instead of t, under root of 2h divided by g. Because this is the time of flight. Now, how much time it is taking from this point to this point, that is what we call the time of flight. Okay. So g under root of 2h divided by g. Now do one thing, multiply with root g, divide with root g, rationalize this. So root g into root g becomes g. That g will be cancelled with this g. So this Vy came out to be under root of 2g into h. So when it hits the ground, its vertical component will be under root of 2gh, horizontal component will be v. Now can you tell me this velocity? Velocity of hit, that is Vx. Vx is ui cap minus, this is downward, minus under root of 2g into h, and this will be j cap. This is velocity of hit. Please tell me in the chats every single thing. Oh, I am deriving every single thing over here. I'm not leaving anything. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Every single thing I am deriving over here. Tell me, give me the signal in the chats with the fire emojis if this is crystalline clear. A ball is projected with 30 meters per second in the horizontal direction from certain height. Okay. A ball is projected with 30 meters per second from certain height. Okay. U is given as 30. Find the time when it is making 45 degree with the horizontal. Let's suppose it is falling something like this. You have to tell me the time when it makes 45 degree with the horizontal. Let's suppose at this point, it is making this alpha as 45 degree with the horizontal. This is V. And this will be how much? This is Vx. And this will be how much? This is Vy. Now in this particular case, you have to tell me what will be the time at this point. Find the time when it makes 45 degree. Let's suppose it is making here 45 degree. You have to tell me the time. Guys, tell me, we recently studied tan alpha is Vy divided by Vx. So Vy is gt, Vx is u. So alpha is 45. So tan of 45 is equal to G is 10. Time you have to calculate. U is given as 30. This and this will cancel. Tan 45 is 1. So 3 into 1. Okay, this is 1 is equal to T divided by 3. So T will come out to be 3 seconds. So you have to tell me after what time it makes 45 degree with the horizontal. So write that only na 40 tan is given. Tan 45 is given. A bomber plane moves horizontally with a speed 500 meter per second. This is a bomber plane. Bomber plane means which releases a bomb. Like you might have recently heard B-2 bomber of United States. Okay. So that B-2 bomber, that bomber is actually releasing the bomb. If it is releasing the bomb, this is moving with a speed of 500 meter per second. Okay. So if this is the target, okay. So this B-2 bomber has to release the bomb. Now, if this is moving with 500 meter per second, this will be also having the same speed, na 500, because this was inside the plane only, na. Now, it won't directly fall over here. Why? Because it has some speed. So it will go like this and it will hit the target. And the bomb is released from it, strikes the ground in 10 seconds. How much time it is taking over here? That is 10 seconds. It takes 10 seconds in striking the target. Find the angle at which it strikes the target. You have to tell me, find the angle at which it strikes the target. Okay. So this is, let's suppose, velocity V. This will be Vx and this will be actually Vy. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, this is alpha. We have to find the value of alpha. At what angle it strikes the target? So tan alpha is equal to, you'll be simply saying, sir, that is GT divided by U. This is the general formula, GT divided by U. This is the general formula of tan alpha. This only we'll be using over here. So now you'll be saying in this particular case, tan of alpha is equal to G is 10 and time in this case is also 10 because it says in 10 seconds divided by U. U is given as 500. So 0, 0, 0, 0. So tan of alpha is given as 1 by 5. So alpha comes out to be tan inverse of 5. 1 by 5. I hope this is crystal and clear. Okay. Okay. Is this clear, my dear NEET aspirants? Guys, tell me in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Quick, 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 quick. Now let's move on to the concept of relative motion. Tell me quickly in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Relative motion. Relative motion. Now guys, see, when we talk about the relative motion, quick, give me the signal in the chats, everybody out there. Relative motion. See guys, when we talk about the relative motion, we simply say, everybody out there, let's suppose you have a car over here. You have a car over here. This car is moving with, let's suppose, certain speed. Let's suppose V is equal to 10 meter per second. And there is one more car over here. It is moving with the speed. Let's suppose this is velocity of A. This is velocity of B. This is moving with, let's suppose, 20 meter per second. And there is a person on the ground over here. This is the person on the ground. This is the observer. This is the observer. Now, with respect, if I ask this observer, what is the speed of car A? That is 10. If I ask the observer, what is the speed of car B? It is saying it is 20. Now, if I ask the person B, What is the speed of car A? If I ask the person B, what is the speed of car A? That is what we call, guys, velocity of B with velocity of A with respect to B. This is how do we write velocity of A with respect to B, VAB, velocity of A with respect to B. We find it like this, VA minus VB. This is what we call relative velocity. Relative velocity means velocity of one object with respect to another. Like velocity of one with respect to another. This is also relative velocity with respect to the observer only. This is the velocity of this relative velocity of object with respect to observer. Now here, velocity of A with respect to B is, what is the velocity of A? That is 10 minus, what is velocity of B? That is 20. So it is minus 10 meter per second. So with respect to this person, this has a velocity of minus 10 meter per second. Now simply, velocity of B with respect to A, this is what we call relative velocity of B with respect to A. How do we write this? VBA. So this will be VB minus VA. VB minus VA. So this is 20 minus 10. This comes out to be equal to 10. Now, let's suppose the question is this. There is a car. This car A is moving with a speed of 10 meter per second. There is car B. It is moving with a speed of, let's suppose, 10 meter per second. I'm asking you, what is the relative velocity of B with respect to A? So that is velocity of B with respect to A. That is VB minus VA. VB is 10, VA is 10. So this will come out to be 0. So if the two objects are moving with the same velocity, then their relative velocity is going to be 0. It is obvious. A velocity of this with respect to this. It is, let's suppose two cars are moving parallelly. We can speak to each other. We can share things with each other. So I can say this is not moving with respect to me. It looks like he is at rest with respect to me. That's why. Even velocity of B with respect to, velocity of A with respect to B will be also 0. VAB will be also 0. This is the relative velocity and nothing else. Velocity of one object with respect to another object. Okay. Now, if I say this relative velocity in 2D, relative velocity in 2 dimension. Relative velocity in 2 dimension simply means, if let's suppose this is person A, it is moving with VA is equal to 10 I cap meter per second. It is moving along X direction. This is car A. This is car A. It is moving along X direction. And let's suppose this is car B. This is car B. Okay. It is moving along Y direction. VB is given as 10 J cap meter per second. Now here we say relative velocity in 2 dimensions. Why? Because the two objects are moving in different dimensions. Okay. One, this is moving along X and that is moving along Y. Now in this particular case, if I say velocity of A with respect to B, are simple, sir. What kind of question is this? Sir, this is velocity of A minus velocity of B. Okay. So you will be simply saying in this case, velocity of A is 10 I cap minus velocity of B is 10 J cap. Done, done, or done, done. This is VAB. Simply VA minus VB. This is the relative velocity of A with respect to B. Simply, if I say relative velocity of B with respect to A, that is VB minus VA. What is VB? That is 10 J cap. Okay. Then minus in this particular case, 10 I cap. You can say it like this, or you can take in front also, minus 10 I cap plus 10 J cap. Okay. Let's suppose this is the question. See guys, if this is an object, it has velocity 3 I cap plus 4 J cap. And this is another object. This is A. And this is B. I'm saying velocity of B is 4 J cap. In this particular case, if I say, what is the velocity of A with respect to B? We'll be simply saying VA minus VB. What is the value of VA? That is 3 I cap minus 4 J cap. This is VA. Minus, what is the value of VB? That is minus 4 J cap. Sorry, 4 J cap. So you'll be like, sir, 3 I cap minus 4 is how much? Minus 8 j cap. Arey sir. Oh, tell me, oh, is this clear? Oh? Quick. Let me know in the chats if this is crystalline clear. Everybody, quick. Wait. Little mistake. This is V3I plus 4j minus VB. VB is how much? That is 4j. So this will be 3I plus 4j minus 4j. This and this will cancel, so it is 3I. 3I. Okay. Don't cry. 3I. Let's move on to the river swimmer problem. Very important. This is the example of relative velocity in 2 dimension. See guys, river swimmer problem simply means, guys, see, river swimmer problem simply means, take a look guys, river swimmer problem simply means a person has to cross the river. Now see, what kind of questions can be asked this one? Let's suppose this is the river. There is a man over here, or we say swimmer. It has to cross the river. First question will be asked, if it has to cross the river, what will be the minimum time taken by the person to cross the river? Minimum time. He has to cross the river in minimum time. Second, sir, how can the person cross the river along the shortest path? So this one, which one is shortest path? So not this one, but this one. How is it possible the person can cross the shortest path? These are the 2 cases that we need to study in this one. Minimum time and shortest path. Minimum time and shortest path. Now guys, see, in this particular case, what I'm trying to say is that, let's suppose you have got over here, this is the river. Let's suppose this is the river. Okay, this is the river. And in this river, this is the width of the river is given as D. And the person has to cross the river in minimum time. Velocity of the river is VR, because river will have its own velocity. River is flowing. It will have its own velocity, VR. Okay. Now this is the person, let's suppose over here. This person has to cross the river in the minimum time. So what the person is going to do is, it will start its motion something like this. This is velocity of man or velocity of swimmer. River man problem or river swimmer problem. This is velocity of man. So he will start going straight. Now guys, it is obvious that if you dive straight directly into the water, this water is going to take you with itself. Why? Because this river has its own velocity. So you were expecting that, sir, when you dive into the water, you will directly cross and you will reach this particular point. But because of the river flow, you will basically reach this point. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, you were assuming you will directly reach the opposite point. Because of the river flow, you have reached this particular point. You were expecting you will reach this point, but you reached this particular point. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, if this is velocity of river, this is velocity of man. Initially, when you were at the river bank, you were having no velocity. While you dive inside, now you have two velocities, your own velocity and velocity due to the river. So due to the river velocity, this drift is being created. This drift means you were supposed to land here, but you landed here. So this drag, you were dragged because of VR. Because of VM, you are crossing this. So now if this is VR, this is VM. So this will be the net velocity. This will be the net velocity. Now, while you are inside diving, you have two velocities, VR due to river, VM your own velocity. So you'll reach here, the drift is created. Now, in this particular case, we say time will be minimum. Sir, but my mind says, my logic says, time is not going to take, time won't be minimum in this particular case. Why? Because I am not going along the shortest path. No, it has been proven that in this particular case, time is going to be minimum. No doubt you will be dragged, drifted, but time will be minimum in this case. We say, if you have to cross the river in the minimum time, we say dive straight with respect to flow. Guys, this is flow and you have to dive straight. You have to dive straight. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, in this particular case, dive straight, you directly write, dive straight. We say in this particular case, drift will be created. Drift will be created. But time is minimum. Time is minimum. But time in this particular case will be minimum. Time in this particular case will be minimum. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, what I want you guys to understand in this particular case is, listen to me very carefully. Sir, how much time it is going to take? Find that minimum time. Guys, see, time is distance upon velocity. How much distance it is covering? That is d. And velocity. You have total of two velocities over here. Leave net, VR and VM. Sir, due to VR, my logic says drift is being created. You are being dragged. And due to VM only, you are crossing the river. So you'll be mentioning over here VM. Keep this thing in your mind. In case of minimum time, you'll be writing d divided by VM. Don't write VR. Because due to VR, you are being dragged. Due to VM, you are crossing. Oh, is it lagging? Oh, is it lagging? Now, if somebody says, sir, how much will be the drift? Drift in this particular case, chalo, I'll write over here. Drift will be, this is horizontal distance. With what velocity drift is being created? VR. So you'll be writing drift, horizontal distance is velocity into time. This is drift. Even you can write drift like this. That is VR. Instead of time, you can write d divided by v minimum. Sorry, v man, velocity of man. This will be also the drift. Okay. Even if some people say, what is the net velocity? Arey, simple guys, what is net velocity? If you have this velocity vector, so net velocity will be under root of VR square plus VM square. These are the only three things they ask you while you cross the river in the minimum time. While you cross the river in the minimum time. I don't think it is lagging, go. Is this clear? Let's take a look. A river of 4 miles wide. This is the river. What is the value of D? D is given as 4 miles. Is flowing at the rate of velocity of a river in this particular case, VR is given as 2 miles per hour. The minimum time taken by a boat to cross the river with a speed of, this is velocity of the boat or velocity of the swimmer. Velocity of the swimmer or velocity of the man, that is given as 4. Minimum time, how much minimum time it is going to take? Sir, minimum time in this particular case will be simply D divided by velocity of man. So D is how much? 4. Velocity of man is 4. So that is be 1 hour. 1 hour, because it says miles per hour. And in this particular case, in case of minimum time, it will reach over here. We say drift will be also created. Drift. If somebody says how much drift in this particular case is created, in case of minimum time, drift will be there. So drift will be VR into T. Drift is due to VR, river velocity. What is the value of VR in this particular case? V, 2, and this is 1. 2 into 1 is 2. So 2 kilometers, because it is saying in kilometers and hours. A boat is sent across a river with a velocity of 8 km per hour. See guys, a boat is sent with a velocity of boat or velocity of man is given as 8. If the resultant velocity of the boat is 10, resultant velocity is given as 10. V net is given as 10. Then the velocity of the river will be, you are supposed to find velocity of the river. Array, sir, what kind of question is this? See guys, we say when it comes to V net, it will be under root of, this V net is under root of VR square plus VM square. Okay. Now take this over here. This will be V net square is equal to, and take this VM over there only. It will be minus VM square is equal to VR square. Now, instead of square, you will be putting the root over here. So this will be V net square minus VM square is equal to VR. Now, guys, you have to find the value of VR. So this will be under root of, what is the value of V net? V net is 10 square minus, what is the value of VM? VM is 8 square is equal to VR. So VR in this particular case is, guys, 10 square is 100, 8 square is 64. 100 minus 64, that is 36. So this will be 36. So VR will come out to be 6. Root 36 is 6. Next case in this one is crossing the river along the shortest path. Crossing the river along the shortest path. Crossing the river along the shortest path. See guys, this is the river. Okay. If you have to cross the river along the shortest path, tell me logically, first path, second path, third, or first, second, third, which path? Obviously, second path is the shortest path. Now, guys, my logic says that, see guys, if you try to cross the river along the shortest path, now if you dive straight, like you did previously, if you dive straight, because of the river flow, you will be dragged. So you will reach here. So this is not possible. Now, don't you think that you can use the logic? If you want to cross the river along the shortest path, you initially move at some angle, velocity of man, already at some angle theta. Even if you will be dragged in this particular case, still you will reach. You wanted to reach this point, but due to the drift, you will reach this point. So you are now moving along the shortest path. So there are two cases. If you want to take the minimum time in crossing the river, then you have to dive straight. In that case, no doubt drift will be created, but time will be minimum. And if you want to cross along the shortest path, in that particular case, you have to already move at some angle. In that particular case, you have to already move at some angle. Then, my dear friends, you land onto the opposite point exactly. Okay. Okay. Yes. Now, boys and girls, tell me one thing. Let's suppose we are already moving at a point of, at an angle of theta with a velocity of Vm. Now, Vm will have two components. This component is Vm cos theta, Vm sin theta. And this is the velocity of the river. This is Vr. Now, in this particular case, we say if this component of velocity, Vm sine theta, becomes equal to Vr, then they will cancel out each other. If this component becomes equal to this component, they will cancel out each other. Then you would be able to move along the straight path, along the shortest path. So here, to move straight along shortest path, we say this Vr must be equal to Vm sine of theta. This is the condition. Then only they can cancel out each other, because then it is not possible for this Vr to drag this particular person. Why? Because it is cancelling with this. Then it can move, it has then only one velocity. Leave this because its component is already there. So then it has only one velocity, that is Vm cos theta. Then person crosses with that is velocity of then person crosses with. So I would say in this particular case, net velocity will be Vm cos theta. Then the person will cross with this velocity. Array, sir, amazing, amazing. Now, if somebody asks you in this particular case, how much time it is going to take, sir, this over here is d. So time will be distance upon with what velocity is crossing? Vm cos theta. Here, this is going to be the time, Vm cos theta. I hope this is crystal clear to each and every single student. Give me the signal in the chats if this is crystal and clear. Give me the signal in the chats if this is crystal and clear. So time will be d divided by Vm cos theta. Okay? Time will be d divided by Vm cos theta. JEE 2019. JEE 2019. Now guys, take a look. A stream has a velocity of 2 km/h. Okay, this is a stream. Okay. So in this particular case, velocity of a river is 2 km/h. Swimmer can swim with a velocity of 4 km/h. Find the direction of the swimmer so that he travels straight with respect to the flow. Guys, see. It says this person has to travel straight with respect to the flow. This is flow. He has to travel straight. How is it possible that the person can cross along the shortest path straight? Sir, then in that case, he has to move at some angle initially. This must be the velocity of man. This must be the angle. So we have to find at what angle he must move initially. Find the direction of the swimmer. Direction of the swimmer means angle at which he must start diving so that he can travel straight with respect to the flow. If this is Vm, this will be Vm cos theta. This component will be Vm sin theta. We have to find this angle. At what direction he need to dive. Now, we know that in this particular condition, Vr is equal to Vm sin theta. What is the value of Vr? That is 2. What is the value of Vm, velocity of the swimmer? That is, swimmer can swim with 4. Then sine of theta. 2 1s are, 2 2s are. So sine of theta in this particular case will be 1 by 2. Sine of theta in this particular case will be 1 by 2. Okay. So when is the value of sine theta as 1 by 2? When theta is 30. So you will be saying over here, sine theta is equal to, that is sine of 30. Sine goes, theta will be equals to 30 in this particular case. Now, sir, is the answer of the question 30? No. Guys, see, you have to tell me direction with respect to the flow. With respect to the flow means if this is flow, so this is theta plus this 90. So direction with respect to flow, that is going to be 90 plus 30. So answer of this question was 120. Answer of this question was 120. At what see, if I say direction with respect to the shortest path, that is 30 only. Direction with respect to the shortest path, that is 30 only. But direction with respect to the flow is 120. That is 120. This is the question of JEE 2023. The speed of the swimmer is 4 km per hour in still water. Okay. So there is a swimmer, his speed is 4 km per hour in still water. The width of the river is 1 kilometer. This is the width of the river. D is given as 1 kilometer. Okay. He reaches the point 750 meters down the stream. Okay. What does it mean? The person wanted to reach this particular point directly opposite. But he reached this particular point 750 meters downstream. 750 meters downstream. 750 meters means 0.75 kilometers. Okay. So this is the drift. This is the drift. So if drift in this particular case is created, so I can clearly say the person has started directly. This is velocity of man and this must be the velocity of the river. Then further, downstream on the opposite bank, the speed of the river water is, we are supposed to find the speed of river water. Guys, see. Logic says here, drift is given. Could you please tell me, what is the formula of drift? Drift is VR into D divided by VM. VR into D divided by VM. VR into D divided by VM. This is the drift. This is the drift. So drift in this case is 0.75. Okay, is equal to VR we need to calculate. Value of D is 1 kilometer divided by value of M. VM. Okay, the speed of the swimmer is 4. Now this will be 75 divided by 100 is equal to VR divided by 4. Now my dear NEET aspirants, 25 3s are, 25 4s are. So 4 and 4 will be cancelled. So VR in this particular case will be 3 km per hour. JEE 2023. Now in this case you have two questions. This I'll give you as homework. Please do it from your end. And this one also I'm giving you as homework. Do it from your end. JEE 2021. I have solved the pattern, all the patterns, whatever has the probability to come in this one. Now these two questions are your homework. Now guys, take a look. Rainman problem. Rainman problem. River swimmer is done. Rainman problem. See guys, when it comes to a Rainman problem, My dear NEET aspirants, my dear NEET aspirants, my dear NEET aspirants, listen to me very carefully. Rainman problem simply says, let's suppose there is a person over here. There is a person over here. This person has to save himself from the rain. This person has to save himself from the rain. And rain is falling. Rain is falling. What is the person gonna do? Sir, he'll open the umbrella opposite to the direction of rain. As simple as that. Now, if the same person is moving on a platform or on a cart, now, have you ever felt that while you are moving with certain speed, at that point of time, it feels like rain is hitting your face? So if you want to save yourself from the rain, then you will have to tilt the umbrella. So while it is moving with certain speed, it feels like rain is hitting your face. So you have to open the umbrella in that particular case to save yourself from the rain. Now, what kind of question will be asked in Rainman problem? Sir, at what angle you need to tilt the umbrella? This can be the question asked. What is the velocity of this rain with respect to the man? This can be the question asked. This is the Rainman problem. So if a person is moving, it feels like rain is hitting the face, but in reality, rain is falling down vertically. So at what angle you need to tilt the umbrella so that you can save yourself from the rain? Or what is the velocity of rain with respect to the man? What is the velocity of rain with respect to the man? Okay. Now, there are two cases. I have divided this entire problem in two cases. The first one is case 1, when the rain is falling vertically downwards. When the rain is falling vertically downwards. That is, this is the rain vertically falling downwards. This is velocity of rain. And this is the man moving in the forward direction. That is velocity of man. If I simply say, what is the velocity of rain? What is the velocity of rain with respect to man? What will you say? Sir, that is velocity of rain minus velocity of man. Yes or no? Yes. Now, in this particular case, if I say velocity of rain with respect to the man is equal to velocity of rain. What is the velocity of rain in this particular case, my dear NEET aspirants? Is it downward or upward? It is downward. So I'll write here, let's write in the vector form, that is VR, I would say J cap. And then, my dear NEET aspirants, minus. What is the velocity of man? This is the formula is minus. This is velocity of man into I cap. Now, if I ask you to draw this, draw this. Sir, V minus VR J cap means downwards. This is VR. Minus VM I cap plus VM I cap plus I cap is positive. Minus I cap is negative. So it will be in the backward direction VM. Don't go according to this, sir, it is forward. No, while this is the relative velocity concept. Velocity of rain with respect to man. Velocity of rain minus. Why? Because it is downward. Then formula minus. Formula is minus. Okay. Then velocity of man. That is I cap. Now, resultant of these two, it is going to be something like this. Yes. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, don't you think that in this particular case, this is what we call velocity of rain with respect to man. So now if the person is over here moving, so this person will feel like rain is falling on his head actually at certain angle, Why? Because it is due to the relative motion concept. Now, if you have to open the umbrella, you have to open the umbrella opposite to the direction of rain, because this is the rain, velocity of rain with respect to man. At what angle? If this is theta, so this will be theta. Now, if I say, at what angle you need to open the umbrella, tell me, what is the value of tan theta in this particular case? Tan theta will be, if this is theta, this is base, this is perpendicular, that is Vm divided by Vr. This is the angle at which you need to open the umbrella so that you can save yourself from the rain. If I say, what is the velocity of rain with respect to the man? You simply say you have got this and this. So under root of Vm square plus Vr square. Done and dusted Rainman problem case 1. Done and dusted Rainman problem case 1. Okay. Take a look. Rain is falling with a velocity of 3 meters per second. So a rain is falling with a velocity of 3 meters per second. Okay. And man is moving. Man is moving with a velocity of, this is velocity of man, it is given as 2 meters per second. Find the angle theta at which you need to open the umbrella to save yourself from the rain and velocity of rain with respect to man. Just now derived. Tan theta is Vm by Vr. Tan of theta is equal to Vm divided by Vr. So tan of theta in this particular case, what is the value of Vm? 2 divided by 3. So theta is tan inverse of 2 by 3. Velocity of rain with respect to man, that is under root of Vr square plus Vm square. Velocity of rain with respect to man under root of Vm square plus Vr square. So velocity of rain with respect to man, my dear NEET aspirants, this one. This one. So in this particular case, under root of Vr square, what is the value of Vr? That is 3 square plus 3 square plus. Now V in this particular case is 2 square under root of 9 plus 4, that is root 13. Case 2. Case 2. See guys, case 2. When rain is falling at some angle, sir, how is it possible that rain can fall at some angle? How is it possible that rain can fall at some angle? Okay. How is it possible that rain can fall at some angle? See guys, let's suppose this is the wind blowing over here. Okay. And this is the rain. This is the rain. This is rain. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, when wind is blowing, due to the wind, we can say rain can tilt the direction. Rain can tilt the direction. Now, this is the velocity of the rain. This is the velocity of the rain with respect to vertical at an angle theta. Velocity of the rain with respect to the vertical at an angle theta. Okay. This is the velocity of the rain at an angle theta with respect to the vertical. So this rain is tilted because of the wind. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, can I say in this particular case, if this is VR, this will have two components, VR cos theta, VR sin theta. What was the first case, guys? In first case, rain is falling vertically downwards. But in the second case, rain is blowing at some angle. Okay, rain is falling at some angle theta. This is VR cos theta, this is VR sin theta. And this is the velocity of the man. Now, in this particular case, listen carefully. This is a very interesting concept. This is a very interesting concept. We say if velocity of man becomes equal to VR sin theta. Listen carefully. If this velocity becomes equal to this velocity, please remember this directly, then person or man, or then man or then rain appears to fall vertically downwards. Then rain appears to fall vertically downwards. What does that mean? Guys, see. If you are at rest, listen carefully. If the person is at rest, with respect to the person which is at rest, rain is falling at some angle due to the wind. Now, if the person starts moving, and the velocity of this becomes equal to this. If the person starts moving, velocity of the person becomes equal to the VR sin theta component. Then it feels like then this man feels like that the rain is falling vertically downwards. Then rain appears to fall vertically downwards. But in reality, guys, what I'm trying to say in this case is, please, this is a complicated case. If I'm standing at rest, rain is falling at some angle. Now I started moving with certain velocity, and my velocity is matching with this component, horizontal component of VR. If this happens, then rain appears to fall vertically downwards. Then I will feel that rain is falling vertically downwards. If I again stop, rain will again follow at some angle. If I again start moving with the same speed, VR sine theta, then it appears that rain is falling vertically downwards. That is what I'm trying to say. Then rain appears to fall vertically downwards with respect to moving man. And velocity of rain with respect to man will be then VR cos theta. If man feels like rain is falling vertically downwards, then vertically downwards it has only one velocity, that is VR cos theta. That's what I'm trying to say. Velocity of rain with respect to man is VR cos theta. It is simple. Okay, so if the person is at rest, rain is falling at some angle. If the person started moving with the same velocity as VR sine theta, then with respect to this person, rain is falling vertically downwards with what velocity? VR cos theta. That's it, nothing else. Take a look at this question. When a person walks on a straight road with a speed of 10 km per hour, this person, this is velocity of a man, 10 km per hour. Rain appears to fall vertically downwards. Yes, rain appears to fall vertically downwards. Rain appears to fall vertically downwards. Okay. So in reality, a rain is falling at some angle. In reality, rain is falling at some angle. See, it is mentioned. As he stops, it falls at an angle of 30 degree. As he stops, it falls at an angle of 30 degree. When man is moving with a velocity of 10, it feels like a rain is falling vertically downwards. As he stops, a rain is falling at some angle of 30 degree with the vertical. The speed of the rain with respect to ground is, we are supposed to find velocity of this rain. Okay. So this is VR. This will be VR sine theta. This is VR cos theta. Now, could you please tell me, how is this possible that it appears to this man rain is falling vertically downwards? When? We say when. Here, we say when velocity of this man becomes equal to VR sine theta. Then only it appears that rain is falling vertically downwards. So this is Vm. What is the value of Vm? That is 10 is equal to, this is VR sine of, what is the value of theta? 30. So this is 10 is equal to VR sine 30 is 1 by 2. 2 into 10 is 20. So VR will come out to be equal to 20. Done. This is the question. Oh, one-liner question. Okay, even you can find the velocity of a rain with respect to man also here. That is VR cos theta. So what is the value of VR? That is 20. Cos theta, cos 30, that is root 3 by 2. That is 10 root 3. So this is the velocity of the man, velocity of the rain with respect to the man. Okay. To a stationary man, rain appears to be falling at an angle of 30 degree. The man is stationary. Rain appears to be falling at an angle of 30 degree. This is a man. When he is at rest, rain appears to be falling at an angle of 30 degrees. This is VR. As he starts moving with a speed of 0.5 meter per second, as velocity of man becomes 0.5 meter per second, okay, he finds that rain is falling vertically downwards. So he finds that rain is falling vertically downwards. Then the speed of the rain with respect to the man is, okay, now guys, see, this is VR. This will be VR sine of 30. This will be VR cos 30. Again, the same concept. When the person is at rest, rain is falling at some angle. When the person starts moving, it appears rain is falling vertically downwards. How is it possible? How is it possible? Sir, it is possible when velocity of the man becomes equal to VR sine of 30. Now, velocity of the man is 0.5, that means 1 by 2. This is VR. Sine of 30 is 1 by 2. 1 by 2, 1 by 2 cancels. So, VR will be equals to 1. This is velocity of rain. But we have to find velocity of rain with respect to the man. We know in this case, velocity of rain with respect to man is VR cos theta. Okay, I have broken down this particular problem pattern in two cases, this case and that case. All the problems will lie between these two only. So VR is 1, cos of 30. So cos of 30, cos 30 is root 3 by 2. So this is a root 3 divided by 2 meter per second. Please tell me in the chats if this is crystalline clear. I need the signal in the chats. Everybody guys, quick, 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 quick. I need the signal in the chats if this is crystalline clear. I need the signal in the chats if this is crystalline clear. This is your homework. Simple question. Simple question. This is your homework. Simple question. Simple question. Now comes the next chapter, that is laws of motion. Okay. Now check later, did I leave any topic or not? Okay, check it later. That is great. There is a guy who is revising for JEE April attempt. That's great. Thank you. That's nice. I'll give you the break. Wait. Let's finish this chapter first. Laws of motion. Now guys, let's start the chapter laws of motion. So first we need to understand in this one Newton's first law of motion. Newton's first law of motion. See guys, what does Newton's first law of motion actually say? Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I'll make you understand what does Newton's first law of motion actually say. I'll make you understand this. See, my dear NEET aspirants, when it comes to the Newton's first law of motion, let's suppose you have a block over here. This block is at rest. Let's suppose you have a block over here this block is at rest. Okay. If I say net external force on this block, net external force means force acting from this side, force acting from this side is equal. This is what we call net external force. If net external force on this is 0, if net external force on this is 0, then it remains in the rest forever. That's it. Next, if let's suppose this is a body, it is moving with constant velocity. Constant velocity means magnitude is constant as well as direction is constant. Okay. Constant velocity means magnitude is constant as well as direction is constant. So if I say in this particular case, net external force on this is also 0. If I say in this particular case, net external force in this particular case is also how much? We say 0. 0. So we say then it moves with a constant velocity forever. Forever. So this is Newton's first law of motion. Every body stays in a state of rest or state of uniform motion until and unless some net external force and comes and changes its state. If it is in a state of rest, it will remain in the state of rest forever if net external force is there. Like if I say 10 Newton, 5 Newton, then it can move. So if I say 10 Newton, 5 Newton, if it was moving with constant velocity, then its speed may increase. Constant velocity means direction and magnitude of speed is constant. It is not changing. This is Newton's first law of motion. This is Newton's first law of motion. Okay. Now, in this particular case, what we are supposed to study mainly is, that is forces. We say fundamentally there are 4 categories of force: gravitational, electromagnetic, strong nuclear, weak nuclear. Now, these are the derived forces. Derived forces means weight is the gravitational force. Normal reaction is electromagnetic. Tension is electromagnetic. Friction is electromagnetic. So basically, we need to study these in this chapter. No, which one? We have to study weight, force in this one, normal reaction, tension, friction, and spring force. These two we are not supposed to study here. Okay. Now, my dear NEET aspirants, first we'll be starting with the force. That is what we call weight. What is weight? Weight is a gravitational force. Like this is the object over here. Is there any force acting on this object in the downward direction? Obviously, sir. What? Weight, mg, gravity. That is what we call weight. We say that force with which Earth attracts the object towards itself. And this weight is equal to mg. Like this is the surface. Object is placed on the surface, its mass is m. So we say in the downward direction, weight will be acting. That is equal to mg. So mg is known as weight actually, sir. Yes. Now in this particular case, we say here, we say in the downward direction, we say mg is acting. If this angle is theta, always remember we consider this angle also as theta. If this is mg, this is theta. So this component will be mg cos theta. And this component here will be mg sin theta. This is mg. This will be mg cos theta and this will be mg sin theta. Okay, because if this is theta, we consider this as theta. So weight is that force with which Earth attracts the objects towards itself. Then normal reaction. Normal reaction means whenever two bodies come in contact with each other, like this box is on my hand. So my hand is applying the normal reaction or normal force on this box. This box is applying the normal reaction on my hand. Whenever two bodies come in contact with each other, they apply normal reaction on each other. Like this table and box are in contact. We say in this particular case, this box will apply normal reaction on this. It is basically the atoms of the box and atoms of the table interact with each other. So due to that interaction, they create a force, push-based force. This applies normal reaction on this one. This box applies normal reaction on the table. That